Good morning. $21. Give me the Bo Uzaberspog.
Oh my god, I was not prepared. And also the sleepy jazz is on? We can't have sleepy jazz with a hype train. Holy moly, what is happening? Hi, I missed you all so much. Elena, thank you for the sub. And Sunny, thank you for the sub. 16 months for both of you. Good morning, hi. Gimp, 21 years. Hey, guess what? I have the booze. I decided booze instead of coffee today. It's the kind of week I've had. Cheers. Clefane, hello. How are you? It's good to see you. Very high. Canadian Gamer, hi. It's been a bit. It has been. Well, I had been streaming a bunch up till now, which was really lovely. Oh my god, you guys. Gimp!
Booze train.
Booze train. Welcome to the booze train. That's what today is, apparently. 21 months, by the way. Thank you. And the bits, thank you. I don't know what this was. Gimp, and I tip my hat to you, sir. I really did miss you. I know it's only been like a week, but and also this sleepy jazz is too intense. It's like, it feels like I'm like at my own funeral giving a speech, which I don't know if that actually makes sense, but that's how it felt. Here, this is better. This works. It's been a minute because work was fucking ridiculous this week. And I don't know what's happening with my job. I don't know what's happening. I think I have a job for the foreseeable future. Okay, so it's weird. Okay, so welcome, story time. We'll get into Wikipedia stuff. If you're new around here, hi, I'm Abbers. I play video games sometimes. On Sunday, theoretically, we do Wikipedia with me. It has not happened a lot lately, but we're doing it today. Yeah! I'm excited to be here. Thanks for being here, guys. I hope everything has been well. You know, I hope everyone has been well too. Okay, so work stuff. Let's talk about it. So I teach English to speakers of other languages, right? And I work at a nonprofit. It's a family resource center that has all sorts of different stuff. So just like resources for families that need parenting classes or like help with rent or utility pay and blah, blah, blah. So I teach English, right? And so we've been getting like, we've been doing layoffs for the last like 6 months, just like everywhere. And I thought my department was safe because we're grant funded, right? Turns out the grant that we got approved for this fiscal year, we got approved for the same grant, but that grant has like half the money it did like prior. So what that means is my little department needs to like cut in half. But they like me, and I'm kind of arguably the most like competent one, which sounds fucking rude as hell. But it's just kind of true. So our part-time staff is probably getting fired. And by fired, I mean laid off. But there's 2 different departments that teach. And so there's also jobs that they can apply for in a different department. So hopefully they won't actually get laid off. They'll be able to like move to that department. Hi, Cthulhu. How's it going? Cheers. Oh, I just drooled all over myself. Can you tell? You can't tell, but I definitely just drooled all over myself. So this was our first week of classes, right? We found all this out Friday of last week, taught classes this week, and then had this like all staff like kumbaya meeting all day Friday this week. So it's like weird to have this like kumbaya, like, yeah, we're fiscal year 2023. We're really doing it. Meanwhile, like half my department is getting laid off. And so weirdly from this, I might actually end up getting a promotion and become a lead teacher because they can't afford to hire a manager. I don't want the responsibility of a manager, but I'm already doing the work of a lead teacher supervisor, so I might as well get compensated for it. But that feels really icky. It feels really icky. It all feels really icky. And it also means that like my schedule is so fucking up in the air right now that I like don't know. I don't know what's happening with streaming, and it makes me sad. Because I really like streaming, and I really like hanging out with all of you. So, suffice it to say, cheers. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the hype train, you fucking weirdos. It's lovely to see you. It's been a fucked up week. It's been a shitty week. So hopefully things will settle. It's frustrating because like we had our first week of classes. Next week we'll kind of make some like final decisions. So then third week of classes for our students essentially will be like, hey, by the way, everything's changing in terms of like who your teacher is and what the format of the class is and blah 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 blah. So it's just like a rough start to the semester, basically. So here we are. And again, thank you for being here. It's lovely to see you all. I'm probably behind on chat. Felt all of that. Yeah, it'll work out. I think it'll work out. I want it to work out. Here we are. Hi, Sable. Good to see you. Hype train success. Guys, thanks so much. Gimp and Lena and Sunny, thank you. Very, very sweet. Very much appreciated. Enjoy your emotes. Seems like that all could have happened in the month before school. Okay, so this is what's wild about it, is that all this summer, we were just doing busy work. Like, we didn't have, like, we didn't have students. We didn't have, like, classes. So all we're doing is, like, scanning files and shit. But because they keep referring to it as the Great Resignation, by the way, the Great Resignation of 2022. Essentially, they started laying off everybody. So upper management was like, uh-oh, time for me to, abort mission. So a lot of upper management resigned because they saw that the boat was sinking and they were like, better jump off while I can still swim. So because of that, everything has been in shambles this summer. So no one was really in charge of my department. And then they like realized that classes were starting and they're like, whoopsie. We don't have enough money to pay all you teachers, so better fire half of you after the first week of classes. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. So, like, yeah, I don't know. My schedule, probably what's going to happen with my schedule is that I'm going to have to start teaching in the evenings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I'll have to pick up another class, but I might be able to finagle it so that I teach one fewer classes during the day, maybe. In order to like make up for that, kind of. So I don't know. I'm just kind of in like hurry up and wait kind of situation of figuring out schedule and job and all of that. So we will see. We weren't expecting classes to start. I think that like they were just so busy putting out fires that they forgot that my like department existed. And then they were like, oh yeah, it's August, you're doing student registration. Oh yeah, you only charge $60 a semester because, and if students can't afford that, we have a scholarship program, aka they like signed a paper and then they don't have to pay for class. Like that's all it is. So like it's not like we're like making money from the students like paying for it. Like the money that they pay like covers their books and then like maybe materials for class, but even then I don't think so. I don't know, man. I don't like it. But we'll see. It's been a rough week. It's been a rough week. We shall see what happens. I am determined to keep streaming. It just might look a little different going forward, which is a bummer because I've been having fun streaming a lot lately. And I don't know. I've been thinking about like ways I can like treat streaming a little bit more like a side hustle and not just a hobby, but I also like, and I've talked about this a lot on stream. I've talked about this like since I got affiliate, where it's like I get scared of like doing that because I don't want to kill the love of it. I don't want to create an environment where I like resent people for like not subbing because that's fucked up, right? Like no one should feel like they have to like sub or give bits or whatever to hang out here. That's bullshit. So it's just like trying to figure out a way to like actually let people support me and like open up avenues for people to support me if they so choose to support me in a financial way, which again, financial is not the only way you can support me. Please don't feel like you have to. But yeah, so just things I'm thinking about, things I've been thinking about. There have been lots of little projects and things that like I want to do on stream. And so now with like work stuff, I'm just like frustrated because it's going to take up more of my time and energy than I would like my work stuff. So it's frustrating not to be able to like focus on doing stream stuff more, you know? What about Patreon? I've thought about Patreon. So yeah, Cliffane, I've looked into Patreon and I've also looked into Fan House. And I'm thinking about maybe doing a fan house. Patreon to me, and I would love to hear your guys' thoughts actually. Patreon, from what I've looked at, it's kind of like, here is a service I'm providing. Here are different tiers at which you can sub for that service that I'm providing, right? So that, to me, I worry about failing at that. I worry about not being able to live up to whatever it is I'm promising that I would do. Fan House seems like it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you pay whatever the sub fee that and like the fees I've seen are like between like $2 and $15. It totally depends on how much you would charge. So in my mind, I'm like, I would charge like $3 a month. And I would get like $2.90 of that, which is really cool. But it would just be more like behind the scenes kind of shit where it's like selfies and like videos of me like playing guitar and like, I don't know, maybe some thirst traps. If you're into that sort of thing. I'm into that sort of thing. I always think it's fun when I'm like, hey, my friends think they're hot. I think they're hot too. I don't know. So yeah, definitely things that I've been thinking about. I thought it'd be cool to like take videos of me like practicing guitar and like practicing clarinet and saxophone if people are interested in that. But I also like, it's hard to know what people would be interested in that way. You know what I mean? Like I could do like tarot card readings through that too. But again, it's a fine line between like doing something that you love for fun and honoring the people that have like helped me build this too. Cause it's like, I did not build this by myself. You all helped me build this space and I don't want to like lose that or jeopardize that in some way. You know what I mean? So hard to politely push the affiliate stuff. It's trying to politely be like, hey, you can give me money. Don't give me money. Unless you want to give me money, but don't give me money. But also, do you want to give me money? Like, it's so hard. It's so weird. And money is such an, like, awkward kind of taboo, like, thing to talk about in our culture anyway. So it's, like, it's tricky, man. You could set up more donation rewards, coffee, etc. That's true. That's true. That's true. Sable, that's true. I haven't even thought about setting up a coffee. Maybe I should. How do we feel about coffee? I've only supported one person on there one time. I really haven't like utilized it all that much, to be honest. That's not a bad idea. You do what you can. There is no promises. True. I make no promises. I make no guarantees. I think the successful Patreons have consistent. That's it's the consistent part about Patreon that I'm like, I just like, especially with where my life is at right now, I can't I don't know that I can guarantee being consistent, and I don't know. Like, I think that like Fan House seems like a little bit lower commitment that way. But Fan House is also a newer platform that not a lot of people know about. So it's like, yeah. Like a certain theme, writing, art, etc. More demanding. Exactly. It feels like Patreon would be a little bit more demanding. And I don't know that I have the time and energy for that. But I would love to like, I have some time and energy to put into some things. It's just the consistency part that I'm with you. That's kind of my thought. Breathing. You guys want to breathe with me? Because Jesus fucking Christ. Just like take a little jazz breath. Little inhale. Little exhale. Inhale. Little exhale. Maybe some square breathing. You breathe in for 4. Hold it for 4. Exhale for 4. Hold it for 4. Breathing. We're breathing. Sunny, we're breathing. Thank you, Sunny. Tarot readings would be cool. Yeah. Tarot readings, maybe art. Yeah. Yeah. So that's where it's like a Fan House to me is kind of cool, especially with my ADD brain. I kind of want to honor who I am and not try to force things to happen. But it's like maybe one day I'm feeling like art. And so I'll post like pictures of the art that I'm making on Fan House. Maybe one day I'm feeling like playing music. So I post like a video of the music that I'm playing. Maybe like, maybe one day I'm feeling the energy of like doing tarot card readings. So that I talked to Sable a little bit about that. I want to do tarot card readings. And also if I'm like emotionally depleted, I'm not going to be able to like give a reading that like feels good for me or the other person probably. Right. I don't know. I don't want to like fake it with tarot readings. You know what I mean? Probably be discouraging to feel like you need to pause your Patreon or something. Exactly. Yeah. Well, and coffee too. So coffee, is that just kind of like a donation based? Like, again, I donated it to someone one time. It's like the only time I've interacted with a coffee. So it's just like, are there like reward kind of like incentive kind of things with it? I don't know. Patreon has a stressful feeling around it. I think Patreon would make sense if I had a thing that I was like, yes, consistently every month I will do this thing for you. Like I am a patron of CJ the X, and CJ the X is one of my favorite YouTube creators. I love them. You should check them out. But they will give you early access to the YouTube videos that they put out. They also have a book club that they do. So they have like certain things that like it feels like it's fairly consistent. And this is their livelihood. This is how they like pay their rent, right? So I don't know. I'm definitely not in a position to like be like, yep, I'm a professional streamer now. And I don't even know that I would want that, right? But like, again, the way that I'm trying to think of it, and I don't know if this is silly, is like, how do I find ways to let people support me more if they're in a place to support me more and if they want to, kind of a thing, without it feeling with it feeling low pressure on both sides, right? I don't want you all to feel pressured to like partake in those things unless you want to, kind of thing, and I don't want to feel pressured to like you said, like I don't want to set myself up for a situation where I feel like I'm letting people down either, Dan, hi, it's good to see you. At work, hope you have a great stream. Thank you. I hope you have a great day at work. And still in bed and relaxing. Almost fell asleep with the breathing. Love it. Love that. Never heard you talk that fast. That's not true. I talk so fast. That can't be true. That can't be true. Is that true? That can't be true. You listen too slow. I'm just kidding, Sunny. So this is going to be a vomit of words. We love that. We love a vomit of words. I could never ask people for money or push for subs. Yeah. While streaming for a living would be the best thing for my mental health happiness. Yeah. There's no viable way for me to successfully do it and survive. Totally. Why I'm making my channel purely charity. Just want to help people with my favorite hobby. And I love that, Gimp. I think that's awesome. I think it's really cool that you've chosen to do it that way. Yeah. And for me, it gets a little bit messy with that, just because Bezos does take a cut of everything, and so it means I have to pay taxes on it, and then if it was to be donated, like charity on top. And for me, I think there's a happy middle ground where it's not necessarily like I'm depending on this to pay my rent, but small steps toward what if this could be part of something that one day paid my rent, right? I have like no intention of like quitting my job anytime soon, but it's just becoming more and more clear to me that I am an artistic weirdo and I should honor that rather than trying to like fight against it. But we also live in this like capital society that says I have to do certain things in order to like eat food and survive. So yeah, but I hear you, Gimp. I hear you. I see you. And I think that's totally valid. I think I'm in a different spot with it mentally, but I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, to me, there can be a happy balance. It doesn't necessarily have to be an all or nothing kind of a thing. I think that's where I would get in trouble personally, is if I viewed it as an all or nothing, where it's like, okay, all of my income is coming from streaming and content creation and blah, blah. That is where, for me, it would be a recipe for disaster. I don't think I could handle that. At least not right now. Maybe in the future, but not right now. But yeah, so to be able to take little baby steps towards that and see what it feels like. Because also, the kind of nice thing about the baby step thing is if it feels bad, then I can step back and course correct real quick, right? Rather than just being like, here are all my eggs in this basket, you know? My proverbial basket. Let me catch up here. Inhales nicotine, exhales nicotine. Coffee is sort of a feed your content with a bunch of tips, support buttons. I'll look into it, Sable. I'll look into it. Let's see. I think you always want stuff as tips, not donations for tax rebate. Yeah, right. Coffee is tips. Control F donations replace with tip. Oh, I see how that works. Yeah, that's interesting. Talked to a couple streamers who went full time to depend on Twitch money to live. None of them have recommended it to me, right? Since it can be so iffy. And yeah, it's so volatile, right? Totally. I think that's the people that do it successfully also. That sounds so like silly, but like diversify, right? And like have. I shouldn't feel silly talking about this shit. So many of us are streamers. We might as well talk about it and be like honest about it rather than like having it be this like mystical thing that's like, no, some people can do it and some people can't. Like, I think that the people that can do it successfully have lots of different avenues of income. They're not just relying on Twitch. They're not just relying on Coffee. They're not just relying on Patreon, Fan House, OnlyFans, whatever. Like, so it's, yeah, figuring out what that looks like in this moment in time for me in a way that would feel good for me and all of you, you know? Because again, I don't want to create a thing that like feels exclusive or like creates this kind of like, well, it's so tricky, right? Because it's like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't want people to feel pressure. And I've seen people try to go full time and I've seen them feel pressure to stream and I've seen them feel kind of resentful of not getting enough money that month. And it's not even their fault, nor is it their chat's fault or anything. It's just like, it's just too high pressure. And I don't want to create this like high pressure situation, you know? Yeah. I don't know why that made me laugh. New life goal. Hit the lottery, start streaming full time. Okay, I was joking with T. Miller. I was like, why don't I have some like rich uncle, some rich dead uncle who leaves me his millions in his will? Why don't I have, where's my rich dead uncle? And if you want to be my rich dead uncle, don't die. But no, like this is what we all need. Here's what we all need. We need Bezos to just give us money. Remember in Renaissance times, as if I was there, but like in like Renaissance times, the wealthy people, history nerds, please be like, hey, Abbers, you're wrong. But like, didn't the rich people be like, hey, you're a painter. I like the way you paint. I will pay your rent for you to paint, right? We all need that. We need that person. We all deserve that person. Let's see. I've seen a lot of big streamers get toxic about people. Yes! About people not subbing and donating. It really is, it makes me upset to see it. Totally. Yeah. I'm with you. And again, I can see how you would like set yourself up for that. If it is your livelihood, right? Like that's really hard. probably an avenue if you play the It games. The It games. Yeah, I see. Remember that with the one game that looked like Mickey Mouse? You had a lot of new people in chat. A game that looked like Mickey Mouse, and you had a lot of people in chat. The game that looked like Mickey Mouse. I don't know what game that was, but Cuphead. Starknuckle, thank you. Cuphead. I was like, what is the game that looked like Mickey Mouse? What are we talking about? Starknuckle is an amazing, amazing content creator. You should go check him out. Go check out his Twitch. Go check out his YouTube. Go do it. Starknuckle, it's good to see you. How are you? Any Cupheads in the chat? Any Cupheaders? Like 5 of you in a row were like, Cuphead, 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 Cuphead. Everyone spam Cuphead. No, you're right. Like, you know, if I was strategic like that, this is the problem with being like, I'm going to be true to myself. But in some extent, like, I have to be, because otherwise, how the fuck am I going to survive? When the Cuphead DLC came out, that would have been a really good time for me to play the Cuphead DLC. But I didn't want to. I wanted to play Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, and so I did. And I don't regret it. But when we talk about like being strategic with like finding and this is the other thing, Sunny. This is where I know I probably can't do it full time. But again, like exploring the avenue of like, what if I made it more of a side hustle? What would that look like? How would that feel? But like, so I don't want to like stop myself from doing things like playing Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, right? And I also don't want to prioritize growth at the expense of quality people in my chat in this community. I don't. I want to hang out with you all and cool people. I don't want to hang out with dickheads. You know what I mean? But there's something to be said about playing the It game, like. Everyone, I feel like an 80-year-old woman. I'm like, remember the cat game when everyone was playing Stray? I should have played Stray during that time if I was being like strategic with this shit, right? Everyone's playing, speaking of Mickey Mouse, everyone's playing the, whatever the fuck, the Disney Dew Valley, right? So there's an extent to that like maybe I could do that like would feel like authentic and like good for me. So like being more open to that kind of shit rather than just being like, this is the game that I want to play on a whim, so I'm gonna do it. But I also want to leave room for that. It's part of my charm. I don't know. Bezos is my rich uncle. Bezos, die and give us your money. Eat the rich. I think there were some downsides. Some downsides to the Renaissance. Yeah. Personally didn't love that game, but yeah, Cuphead. I love Cuphead. I did enjoy Cuphead. I enjoyed seeing you, what I did with your Cuphead playthrough, though. I want to play the DLC at some point. Part of why I didn't when it first came out was that, one, I had literally just beaten the base game, and I was like, I need like a Cuphead break. Two, which again is like antithetical to everything that we're talking about, but like I didn't want a bunch of like fucking Cupheaders to come into my chat and be like, a woman that doesn't know how to play video games, scoff. I would just end up banning everyone that came into chat. I would like defeat the whole purpose, right? Just ban them all. You and the boys want to get lost in the embassy suites. I do. That's all I want in life. I was really into it mostly because it's a bragging right. Yeah, it's a bragging right and all. Well, and you tell me, Starnux, did you have fun with it? I feel like you had fun with it. Like, it seems like on some level it's your game. Like, maybe you wouldn't play it otherwise, like, without the, like, bragging right aspect of it. But, like, it seemed like you enjoyed it. Let's see. Bought Stray and never played it. See? Gimp? This is why we aren't, you know, top-tier, S-tier streamers. Any poggers in the chat? Not recommending it. No, but you're right, Sunny. Yeah. When people want to grow. Quality is better than growth. That's how I feel about it. Thought about streaming both YouTube and Twitch or uploading more to YouTube. I do want to upload more to YouTube, and I have been learning more about how to use DaVinci Resolve. I've been getting more into the editing stuff. It just takes forever because I'm new to it. But I do want to upload to YouTube more. Yeah, the cross stream thing is interesting. I get nervous about being able to like keep up with YouTube chat and Twitch chat, so that's kind of been like part of my hesitation with it, but it's not a bad idea. It's not. Yeah, but I've been posting more clips to like TikTok and like with YouTube, like I said, like I have these like intentions and these like projects that I have worked on in DaVinci, and I haven't finished any of them or put them on YouTube. But like, yeah, I do want to edit more stuff. I post a lot of stuff on YouTube, but a lot of it is not edited, and that's really not. It's not necessarily meant as this like VOD storage device, which is kind of what I use it for. Tried to get with the It games, but I'm never happy when I do. It just depends. Like there might be an It game that I'm like, ooh. Okay, so right now, I am very into Wrath of the Lich King. I have been having a lot of, and Wrath right now is kind of an It game, right? So when it lines up in such a way that's like, this happens to be an It game right now, and I'm enjoying it, then it makes sense to me, right? But like trying to force that stuff, Veery, that's where I feel like it like wouldn't work for me. Also the streamers who have their like one game they play, even if it's like 10 years old and see growth. True, yeah, true. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. Woman? Video games? Let's see. Kind of like the douchey new viewers. I know you do. Coming in and telling me I'm playing it wrong. Okay, but here's the thing, Starknuckle. You're really good at video games. I am good at certain games. I'm not great at that many. I just enjoy video games. This is the difference, right? Like you can pull that off because you're better at them than video games. I'm not better. That's the problem. They are better than me at video games. You know what I mean? Biggest problem for me currently is my mental headspace. Yeah, and that's huge, Gimp. It is. TikTok is apparently where it's at. I don't know. I've never used it. I only recently got into TikTok. It's fun. It's weird. I feel very old. But it's a fun place to. It's so weird. The algorithm's strange because like there are things that I'll like put a bunch of effort into, and I'm like, oh, this is such a great clip. People are gonna love it, and it's like 20 views. And then I'll do one that's like nothing. I didn't even think about it. Just like I didn't even like edit the clip, and I'll post it, and it's like 700 views. I'm like, how? Why? What? Like, TikTok's strange, but it is fun. It's interesting. I think, so TikTok is like short form content, obviously, and then like YouTube is a little bit more long form, depending. I don't know. Contract for Twitch is so angry about YouTube. Not anymore. They have loosened up though, Veery, which is interesting, at least for partners, but I would assume for affiliate as well, they've loosened up a little bit recently. Just don't have it in you. Yeah. Gimp, you be kind to yourself and listen to that. Like, if you don't have it, like, that was like with me this week, right? Like, I didn't post a schedule because I knew this week would be kind of hell. And sure enough, it was. So I didn't stream at all. Even though yesterday, theoretically, I was free. Like, yesterday was a really, like, intentional self-care day. And I needed it. Like, I needed to do a load of dishes. Like, I still have another load of dishes to do. But, like, I needed to do a load of dishes. I needed to go get my tattoo touched up. I didn't actually need to, but like in a therapy mental health way, I needed to. I needed to do some like full moon ritual shit. Like these are like my, like, I cooked food for like the first time. I actually cooked food rather than just like running around and slapdash and whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Intentional self-care. So Gimp, listen to yourself. Do what you need to do to take care of yourself. You know what I mean? Gamers, rise up. If you ever decide to play ESO, I will try to not be that person. Okay, but no, but there's a difference. There's a difference between helpers who are very excited to help, which, by the way, sometimes I get annoyed by them, and that's not even their fault. That's not even your fault. That's just because I'm insecure about my intelligence, and I go, I'm smart enough to figure it out by myself, right? That's my thing to deal with. So there's a difference between someone who's excited about the game and they love the game, and they're like, I'm so excited about this, I want to tell you how it works. There's a difference between that. And then Joe Blow Dickhead 69, that's the name of their chat name, comes in, and they're like, do you even lift, bro? Like, you know what I mean? There's a difference. The algorithm is so fucking weird. It is weird. My Aeon Flux video recently hit 1K views. Nice, grats, dude. Don't get it twisted. I enjoy that video, but I've heard you say that before. Like, I don't think it's the one that deserves that view count. It is strange, isn't it? It's so weird what like hits and what doesn't. It's really interesting. Yeah. You know, we all know Joe Blow Dickhead 69. We've all met him before. We've all had a Joe Blow Dickhead 69 in our chat before, have we not? This is gonna be a good one. I can tell. This is gonna be a good Wikipedia, guys. It really yes. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of you. Then thank you for like talking this shit out with me. I really appreciate it. It really means a lot. It's nice to be able to like be honest about this stuff. And like I said, like I think more streamers should feel comfortable talking about it. I don't think that people should like shy away from these conversations necessarily. Like it's you know, it's stuff that I think we all on some level think about if we're being honest about it. Because I think none of us want to do the like 40-hour a week 9-to-5 grind because it's soul sucking and terrible and no one was designed to be able to do that. So it's like finding a way to like do something that's sustainable for you realistically that doesn't kill your soul, maybe? I don't know. I love to rant and talk, so it's perfect. Yay! Good. Well, that said, it is X week, dear children. Does anyone have an X topic that they want to explore? Huh? Did you see what I did there? Explore doesn't start with an X. Because I've got a few, but I would love to hear what you all want to learn about. Xenomorph, done. Done. Throwing it on the list. Boom. It's because I've got a couple ideas, but I wanna run with your guys' ideas first. What else? Let's see. D&D. D&D is not an X topic. But I do appreciate the passion. I know that you love D&D, Canadian gamer. So anything that starts with the letter X, like I said, I've got a few. Xylophone was on my list. Okay, so xylophone. We've got Xenomorph. We've got xylophone. Xenu? Oh, here comes my sleepy jazz song again. Xenolith. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you guys are on it. I was gonna say, I've got Xanadu is one of mine. Xenon? Is it spelled like that? Okay, hold on. Xenolith. Oh, you guys are on it. Oh my god, there's so many good things. You guys are so on top of it. I wish it was Xenon. No, because that one, Starduck, that's what I thought it was too. Xenon Girl of the 21st Century is Z. We'll save her for Z Week. Okay, so I'll tell you what we've got on the docket thus far, and then if anyone's like, ooh, I just thought of one, tell me. So I've got Xanadu. Well, okay, I'll do it in order. So we've got Xenomorph, which, oh man, the creature in Alien, right, is what you're talking about? I think. Yeah. Okay, the creature in Alien. So Xenomorph, Xylophone, Xenu, Xenolith, Xenon, and Xanadu. How do you feel about it? Xena Warrior Princess. Yes, done. Okay, that is a good list we've got, gang. Like I said, unless you've got something that you're like, yes, we have to read. I think that's a pretty solid list, huh? Huh? All right, let's get into it. Let me get some chill hop happening. Okay. X. Are we prepared? What is this song? Feels very church-like, doesn't it? Maybe not. I don't know. Serious. Okay, last one. For the folks that gave 2 or 3, depending on time, I might be like, and we're done. Ooh, pretty. Okay. And we're done. Ooh, pretty. Okay, are we ready? Guys, this is episode 24 of Wikipedia with me. Season 1. We'll see what season 2 looks like, how we want to do that, if we want to do that. But I can't believe we've made it. We haven't. We have 2 more after this, right? X, Y, Z. But for today, X, or X, is the 24th and third to last letter in the modern English alphabet and the ISO basic Latin alphabet. It's, oh gosh, Soul Sickness, hi! Thank you for the sub! Thank you for using your Prime on me. It's very sweet. Thank you for using your Beso Bucks here in this chat. We are reading about things that start with the letter X today. 26 letters minus 2 equals 24. 24th letter is X. Makes sense. Right. Why did that break my brain, Sunny? Okay, so third to last letter in the modern English alphabet, ISO basic Latin alphabet. Its name in English is X. Pronounced X. Plural, X's. Huh? X is regularly pronounced as X. Here we have the cursive for X. And then the history of X. It starts out as an X. It's just an X. No, this is linguistics. This isn't that's the phonetic usage. What about the history? Oh, X has just always been X. No one's ever been confused by it. It's just X. That's it. Just X. Good. All right, shall we read about Xenomorph? Are we prepared? The alien, also known as Xenomorph XX121 or Internet Whoopsie. Hold on. Internetnesivis raptus, or simply a xenomorph, is the fictional endoparasitoid extraterrestrial species that is the titular antagonist of the Alien film series. Wow, words are hard. Titular. The species made its debut in the film Alien 1979 and reappeared in the sequels Aliens 1986, Alien 3 1992, and Alien Resurrection 1997. The species returns in the prequel series, first with a predecessor in Prometheus. Prometheus? Titular. 2012, and further evolved form in Alien Covenant 2017. It also featured in the crossover films Alien vs. Predator 2004 and Aliens vs. Predator Requiem 2007, with the skull and tail of one of the creatures respectively appearing briefly in Predator 2 1990 and The Predator 2018, and will return in the FX television series Alien 2023. Didn't know there was going to be a TV series. I've actually... Sorry about it. I've never actually seen Alien. Part of it is because I'm scared of things, always. But I feel like... Because that's Sigourney Weaver, yeah? I feel like I need to watch it for the Sigourney Weaver of it all. Because it's just like Sigourney Weaver and her cat against the world, basically, right? I feel like I should watch it, probably. I should probably watch it. In addition, the alien appears in various literature and video game spin-offs from the franchises. The alien's design is credited to Swiss surrealist and artist H.R. Geiger, originating in a lithograph titled Necronom 4, and refined for the series' first film, Alien. The practical effects for the alien's head were designed and constructed by the Italian, oh gosh, Iron Biscuit! Meowdy. Thank you for the sub! 19 months. How long have I been streaming? That's like almost like since the beginning, like basically, right? I can't do math, but Iron Biscuit, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I feel like I need to update the sub count thing again. We're reading about things that start with the letter X. We're currently reading about Xenomorph from the Alien franchises. Many months, I don't know what's up. We're just drinking and reading on Wikipedia. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for the sub. Okay, there we go. Now we're updated. I don't know why it doesn't automatically update. It's kind of silly. Okay, so lithograph, right? H.R. Geiger, this guy, fancy. Originating in a lithograph titled Necronom 4 and refined for the series' first film, Alien. The practical effects for the alien's head were designed and constructed by Italian special effects designer Carlo Rambaldi. Species design and life cycle have been extensively augmented, sometimes inconsistently, throughout each film. Unlike many other extraterrestrial races in science fiction, such as the Daleks and Cybermen in Doctor Who, or the Klingons and Borg in Star Trek, the aliens are not sapient toolmakers. They lack a technological civilization of any kind. And are instead primal, predatory creatures with no higher goal than the preservation and propagation of their own species by any means necessary, up to and including the elimination of other life forms that may pose a threat to their existence. Okay. H.R. Geiger is the dude. Yeah? Really? X is a tough one. You know what? Everyone came up with stuff. We actually have a decent list. I was surprised. All I could think of was xylophones and Xanadu. But we're on it. People got it. You told Gimp happy 21 years, so I don't know. Oh, that's true. Okay, but Gimp's been here since the beginning almost. So it'll be my 2-year affiliate-versary in November. So that would be 24. So 23 would be October. So 22 months would be now, right? So a long time. Yeah. Xylophone, eczema? Xysma? I troll months equals years. What is this word? Oh, rock band? Love it. In it, on it. Finnish rock band. It's on the list. We got you. Iron Biscuit. It is, though. It's fun when it's like, when it is a year, like 21. Or when it's like, because the 9 months thing is, I mean, it's not a year, but when people are like, it's our Twitch baby. And I saw someone earlier, they're like, 24 months, we have a Twitch toddler. Which is cute and silly. Anyway, alien. Am I right? Ladies. Primal, predatory. Yes, good. Like wasps or termites, aliens are eusocial. What does that mean? Okay. Wait, go. Eusociality, the highest level of organization of sociality, is defined by the following characteristics: cooperative brood care, overlapping generations within a colony of adults, and a division of labor into reproductive and non-reproductive groups. Interesting. So aliens are eusocial, with a single fertile queen breeding a caste of warriors, workers, or other specialist strains. The alien's biological life cycle involves traumatic implantation of endoparasitoid larvae inside living hosts. These chestburster, right. This I know from Alien. I've never seen it, but chestburster larvae erupt from the host's body after a short incubation period, rapidly mature from juvenile into adulthood within hours, and seek out more hosts for implantation. Scary, right? Twitch baby thing is interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Sable, since this is your topic, is there anything in particular that you would like to hone in on? We've got concept and creation, which is kind of cool. We got characteristics, alternative forms. That's pretty much it. It's a kind of just a little bit of everything. Let me know. I'm gonna kind of go into concept and creation, and then if there's anything in particular, let me know. Adds larvae incubation to the list of potential band names. Well, that's not a bad idea. It's a pretty good one. Have a tangent about the letter X? Do it. Type it. I will read it. Let's see. Oh, look at this artwork. This is wild. So this is not Necronom 4, Geiger's 1976 surrealist print that formed the basis for the alien's design. That's really cool. And creepy and weird and cool. Let's see. So the script for the 1979 film Alien was initially drafted by Dan O'Bannon and Ronald Shusett. Dan O'Bannon drafted an opening in which the crew of mining ship are sent to investigate a mysterious message on an alien planet. He eventually settled on the threat being an alien creature. However, he could not conceive of an interesting way for it to get onto the ship. Inspired after waking from a dream, Shusett said, "I have an idea. The monster screws one of them." Cool dream. Cool dream. Good dream. Planting its egg in his body and then bursting out of his chest. Both realized the idea had never been done before, and it subsequently became the core of the film. This is a movie about alien interspecies rape. Wow, O'Bannon said in the documentary Alien Evolution. That's scary because it hits all of our buttons. Yeah. Yeah, some of our buttons more than others, probably, sir. O'Bannon felt that the symbolism of homosexual oral rape was an effective means of discomforting male viewers. I didn't know that this was what we were getting into here. So apologies if this is like triggering for folks, because I didn't know. And this is interesting. It's interesting to me how casually filmmakers, artists, etc. will just like incorporate ideas like this that are so very traumatic and awful and real into their art. I don't know O'Bannon's history. I don't know the trauma that O'Bannon has had, but there's something very cavalier about the way that this paragraph is written that I don't really appreciate, to be honest with you. So I'm just gonna put that out there. That they seem to be like, I don't know, using rape as a theme to make people feel uncomfortable is not really an adequate reason to use it as a theme, in my opinion. Personally, and there's this very like heteronormative kind of like weirdness to like this point of view, and like, I mean, there's so casual about it. It's like it's off-puttingly casual. Yeah. I guess it's part of their professionalism to have a third person point of view to ideas. Maybe. Yeah, I did not realize. Yeah, I don't know how to address that further other than to just like speak out loud how like off-putting the casual kind of nature of using that as a theme is to me. And I don't know what to say. This threw me off. To be honest, and I might move on because it threw me off. So we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to xylophones because I wasn't prepared to talk about rape as a theme today. And that's a conversation that I would want to go into with much more intentionality, and be very like cognizant of viewers who have probably experienced sexual violence, and also to take care of myself, who is someone who has experienced sexual violence. Like that was just like, was not prepared for that. I get the like comparison. I get that it's like a horror movie, but the casual nature of it was just like, I don't know. And there's something about like a filmmaker, like, yeah, just like, I don't know, deciding like, ooh, wouldn't this be a cool theme for our movie? Which again, I don't know O'Bannon's history. I don't know, maybe it's something that he took more seriously, but there's something about the casual nature of the way that paragraph is written that I'm like, nah, I'm good on that. Good on that. So we're gonna move on. The Greek letter X, chi, became half of a symbol meaning Christ, the chi-rho, and X overlaid on a P. So X sort of became the shorthand for Christian, and Xmas was a shorthand form of Christmas, created by Christians. Interesting! It was never a secular removal of anything. That's really interesting. I had no idea, Sable. Xylophone hype! We're gonna move on to xylophone hype again. Sorry if that was triggering for folks. I apologize. Yeah, I think that's part of the wiki thing too, is part of it is like, sometimes I need to vet these things, because like, it's possible none of us knew that that's a thing. Or if you did know, it's like, maybe asking people to give content warnings, trigger warnings, you know? Moving along, xylophones. Xylophone, from ancient Greek, wood, and phone, meaning voice, sound or voice, is a musical instrument in the percussion family that consists of wooden bars struck by mallets. Like the glockenspiel, which uses metal bars, the xylophone essentially consists of a set of tuned wooden keys arranged in the fashion of a keyboard of a piano. Each bar is an idiophone tuned to a pitch of a musical scale, whether pentatonic or heptatonic in the case of many African and Asian instruments, diatonic in many Western children's instruments, or chromatic for orchestral use. This is interesting because I never realized that xylophones were wooden bars, because I know a marimba is wooden bars, so now I need to know the difference between a xylophone and a marimba, you know? No, and you're good, Sable. I didn't know either, honestly. I think there are a lot of different ways they could have described that. And I see it now, right? Because it is a body violation. It is against someone's consent to have an alien implanted in them. Like, I get that. It was just like the way, again, yeah, the casual nature of being like, yeah, I had this dream one time and I was like, wouldn't it be cool if I made an alien movie about homosexual oral rape? It's like, whoa, that was just, I wasn't prepared for that paragraph. I just wasn't. I don't know anyone that's prepared for that paragraph. Next stream topic, Wikipedia Sunday. Trigger warning, Wikipedia Sunday. I mean, yeah, trigger warning, xylophones now. Yeah, not your fault. You're totally good. There's stuff that we come on, and I don't want to shy away from hard topics too, but like something in particular about the way that one was written, I just like the just super off-putting to me. I just like I can't dive into that one today. But yeah, you're totally good. You suggested it, but how could you have known? It's probably because you just really like the Alien movies, right? I imagine if you did know, you would have like warned us or thought against it. You're totally good. Sable, you're totally good. Don't worry about it. Sable, let's learn about xylophones, huh? Here's what I learned about Alien. The guy that made it, questionable. The design, cool. That's all. Let's see. The term xylophone may be used generally to include such instruments. Here we go, such as the marimba, balafon. What is the balafon? Cool. Okay. And even the sementron. Who's this guy? This guy looks like Daniel Bryan. Wouldn't it be great if this was Daniel Bryan? Just Daniel Bryan, retired from wrestling, playing a sementron. Okay, anyway. However, in the orchestra, the term xylophone refers specifically to a chromatic instrument of somewhat higher pitch range and drier timbre than marimba. Oh, okay. These two instruments should not be confused. A person who plays the xylophone is known as a xylophonist or simply a xylophone player. Let's see. Yeah, don't worry about it. Maybe pull a cool fact from Wiki and share it with us in chat. Yeah, I'm down for that. Never ever your fault for a weird Wiki phrasing. Totally. I mean, and we've read some weird ones. We've gotten into the weeds before. That one just like it struck a nerve with me somewhere. And I think that's interesting too, is that like some things might strike a nerve with me that doesn't strike a nerve with other people, and vice versa. There might be things that I read that I'm like not bothered by, that someone in chat is like, whoa, you know what I mean? No, you're good. Sable, you're good. Please don't feel bad about it. Imagine playing a balafon and having the tour with it, right? I mean, I was gonna say, can you even like take it apart and put it back together? Probably not, right? I mean, if you do, it's like painstaking. Yeah, wild. Okay, so the term also is popularly used to refer to similar instrument of lithophone and metallophone types. For example, the pixiephone. Look at this little guy. It's just a toy glockenspiel. I have a glockenspiel. Should I grab it? No. Lithophone. Let's see what this one looks like. What? Okay, sorry. Lithophone is a musical instrument consisting of a rock or pieces of rock which are struck to produce musical notes. Notes may be sounded in combination or succession, melody. It is an idiophone comparable to instruments such as the glockenspiel, vibraphone, etc. etc., etc. Metallophone. Oh, that's cool. Tuned metal bars, tubes, rods, bowls, plates. Okay. Interesting. Pixiephone, similar toys described by the makers of xylophones to have bars of metal rather than of wood. So are organology. Organology is the science of musical instruments and their classifications. I knew about like ethnomusicology, but I didn't know about organology. I've never heard about this. It embraces the study of instruments history. See, yeah, I've always heard ethnomusicology is this, but anyway. Instruments history, instruments used in different cultures, technical aspects of how instruments produce sound, and the musical instrument classification. Interesting. There's a degree of overlap. I bet that they're going to say there's a degree of overlap between, yeah, ethnomusicology. So it's a subset of musicology. Cool. Okay, anyway, gotta go back. Organology in the future. We'll read about it. Let's see. Taking balafone apart, 10 beers. in at some rural pizzeria's corner so you can drive 10 hours to the next gig. Just imagine. Imagine that being your life. That means that you are dedicated. You are dedicated to the balafon lifestyle. Another idea for season 2. Everyone brings an item with the topic letter. Can you explain what you mean, Viri? I'm totally down for any and all ideas that way. Do you guys want to hear a jingle on a marimba? Let's do it. Hold on, let me pause this real quick. Here we go. Nice. Vibraphones are cool too because they use vibraphones in jazz a lot, and they're metal, and you can actually like plug them in if you want. Like it's like an electric xylophone basically. Should we listen to it again? I feel like that should be a ringtone. Once more. All right, a gamelan xylophone. Ready? This one's longer. This is gonna be like a whole vibe. I can't turn it up more, otherwise I would. After you read more of this, I have a xylophone thing to share. Love it. Totally down. I want all the xylophone facts. Okay, I have a xylophone thing to share. Hold on. Is that what it's called? Okay. As much as I love this cute little ditty, we're gonna bring it to Cowboy Bebop, cause always. Cause always. Cause the Cowboy Bebop soundtrack is one of my faves of all time. I'm very, very much into it. Let me see if I can make this work. Huh? Xylophones? It's so nice, right? Can I turn it up? It's cranked. Have you ever seen someone play xylophone or vibraphone with multiple mallets in their hands? So like if you have like two mallets or like 3 mallets in each hand? Fucking wild. Because if this is played by one person, there's definitely multiple mallets in each hand. Amazing. Anyway, that's my favorite xylophone song. I don't know if there's any other xylophoners in the chat that have favorite xylophone songs, but that one's mine. Multiple mallets, just the banhammer over and over again. Okay, let's see. So Viri, this is your topic. Anything in particular that you want to learn about with xylophones? Do you have a favorite xylophone song? We can do all the things. We can do any of the things. Any and all of the things. Okay, sort of xylophone related, but this is my dream instrument. I want it more than anything else. Okay, hold on. Let's investigate. Turn the music off again real quick. Hold on. Let me open up this link. All right, dream instrument. Let's see. Let's see and hear. What is this? Very xylophone related. This is very pretty. How is it tuned? Beautiful. What is it, Sable? Just says free notes minor wing. What did... Sable, what? Sable, what just happened? What is it called? My two questions are, what is it called and how is it tuned? Do you know? Like a xylophone kalimba? Kalimba. What is a kalimba? It's what Cliff Martinez used for the score of Solaris. Oh, minor wing? Is it called a minor wing? Did your Gmail say 8,000 emails? Please don't. Please don't. Please don't at me like that. Please, that was, please. Please don't. Please, please, please. No, of course not. Anyway. Anyway. No, of course it didn't. Who would live like that? I need another cider. Listen. Don't. Anyway, moving on. Officially don't have any D&D games now. Applying to a few games now. Do it. Do it up. All right, let's read more about xylophones. Let's not worry about the state of my Gmail, okay? Don't worry about it. Construction of xylophones. There's a picture in Cameroon around 1914. The modern Western xylophone has bars of rosewood, padauk? Is that... okay. Padauk or various synthetic materials such as fiberglass reinforced plastic, which allows a louder sound. Some can be as small range as 2.5 octaves, but concert xylophones are typically 3.5 or 4 octaves. That's a very large range. Like the glockenspiel, the xylophone is a transposing instrument. Its parts are written 1 octave below the sounding notes. Oh, that's interesting. I never knew that. Concert xylophones have tube resonators below the bars to enhance the tone and sustain. Frames are made out of wood or cheap steel tubing. More expensive xylophones feature height adjustment and more stability in the stand. In other music cultures, some versions have gourds that act as Helmholtz resonators. So that was like what were you talking about? What is it? What was it called? Banophone? Ballophone uses gourds as resonators, right? Others are truff. Truff? Is that how you say that word? Truff xylophones with a single hollow body that acts as a resonator for all the bars. Old methods consisted of arranging the bars on tied bundles of straw and is still practiced today, placing the bars adjacent to each other in a ladder-like layout. Ancient mallets were made of willow wood and spoon-like bowls on the beaten ends. Mallets! This one looks like a sandwich. Is it just because of the cloth underneath? Doesn't it look like sandwiches? Like Subway sandwiches? This is a Kulintang Akayo, a Philippine xylophone. Cool. Let's see, mallets. Xylophones should be played with very hard rubber, polyball, or acrylic mallets. Sometimes medium to hard rubber mallets, very hardcore, or yarn mallets are used for softer effects. Lighter tones can be created on xylophones by using wooden-headed mallets made from rosewood, ebony, birch, or other hardwoods. History. Subway buffet xylophone doesn't look like it has gourds, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't think it has gourds. I think it's just pieces of wood that look like bread. The instrument has obscure and ancient origins. Nettle proposed that it originated in Southeast Asia and came to Africa circa AD 500, when a group of Malayo-Polynesian-speaking peoples migrated to Africa and compared East African xylophone orchestras and Javanese and Balinese gamelan orchestras. Gamelan is really cool. I saw a gamelan orchestra This was a while back. This was when I was still in music school, but it's neat. It's really cool. This was more recently challenged by ethnomusicologist and linguist Roger Blanche, who posits an independent origin of the xylophone in Africa, citing, among the evidence for local invention, distinct features of African xylophones and the greater variety of xylophone types and proto-xylophone-like instruments in Africa. Huh. I opened your stream on my PC to a WoW ad. That checks. That sounds about right. Let's see. Blood Orphans? Blood Orphans, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're reading about things that start with the letter X in Wikipedia. Currently, we're reading about xylophones. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Asian xylophone. The earliest evidence of a true xylophone is from the 9th century in Southeast Asia, while a similar hanging wood instrument, a type of harmonicon, is said by the Vienna Symphonic Library to have existed in 2000 BC in what is now part of China. The xylophone like Renat? Ooh, that's cool. Neat. Lost my place. Where did it go? Xylophone like Renat was used in Hindu regions, Kashta Thereng. In Indonesia, a few regions have their own types of xylophones. In North Sumatra, the Toba Batak people used wooden xylophones known as garantong, spelled garatong. Java and Bali used xylophones called gambang, rindik, and tinglik in gamelan ensembles. They still have traditional significance in Malaysia, Melanesia, Indonesia, Thailand, Myanmar, and regions in the Americas. In Myanmar, the xylophone is known as a patala and is typically made of bamboo. And now we know. Let's see, Blood Orphans, hi! I was looking through the bipolar tag, because same, love it. Love your vibe and this whole going through Wikipedia thing. Yay! Welcome! I'm glad you're here. Yeah, if you've got a topic that starts with the letter X, let me know. We've been trying to do this every week. There have been many weeks lately where I haven't been able to do it. So yeah, welcome. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. Average vibe is 5 out of 5. Thanks, Iron Biscuit. I love that Twitch has let us use multiple tags now and put in your own tags because it's cool. It's cool that you found me that way, and thank you for sharing that, Blood Orphans. I really appreciate that. That's really cool. It's really neat. Game recognized game, you know? Let's see. Xylophones. More about xylophones. Xylophone hype. The African xylophone. The term marimba, this is what I wanted to know about. The term marimba is also applied to various traditional folk instruments, such as the West African balafon, which again, I love the idea of a balafon musician just playing at dive bars. I need that to be a thing. Iron Biscuit, that sounds like a Christopher Guest film. You know what I'm talking about? He did Waiting for Guffman and A Mighty Wind, and what's the one I'm really thinking of? Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap. It just sounds like a thing that he would be into. Exploring custom tags for the first time right now, actually. Yeah, it's kind of fun, right? It's kind of neat. I don't know. And I like that you can use more than the custom tag part of it, which I do appreciate. I like that you can have up to 10 at a time. Because before it was like I'd have to like pick and choose which ones I wanted to use, you know? I do not know. I've seen 0 films this year. Okay, well, Christopher Guest does parody films, like satirical films. Iron Biscuit, if you have not seen This Is Spinal Tap, I'm gonna type it into chat. You would love it. As a musician, you would love it. Now, granted, I need to warn you, I haven't seen This Is Spinal Tap for years, but I still think it would live up to expectation in terms of just like band life and things. April Kit Kat, hi! You know what, April Kit Kat? I need to check my mail. I imagine I did. I bet I did. I just need to check my mail. You just reminded me. I'll check my mail later today. I bet I did. How are you? It's good to see you. Guys, if you don't know April Kit Kat, highly recommend. Highly recommend. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm so bad about checking my mail. Like, unless there's a package, I like tend to forget, and then I'll go check my mail and it's just like a stack of like, it'll consist of like a bunch of those like weird newspaper-ish like coupon cutting kind of like things, and then like pay stubs from my work, and then stickers from AP Kit Kat. Like magazines I didn't sign up for, and then like stickers from Apricot Cat. So I need to go do that. You've seen Spinal Tap? It's been a while. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, it's such a like musician's movie. It's been a while for me too. I feel like I should check it out. Streamlabs doesn't let me do custom tags, so I'm going through Twitch instead for now. I didn't even know you could do tags through Streamlabs, to be honest. That's interesting. Good. I'm glad you're great. Let's see. I get coupons at my house now, and it's weirdly exciting. Is it? Do you like getting coupons? I hope you like them. I'm excited. I totally forgot. I didn't forget, but like, you know, life and brains and things. No, I'm excited. I love a good sticker. I will message you when I get them. I'll probably just go check my mail later today now that I remembered. Now that you've reminded me. Let's see. Xylophones. We're reading about xylophones. How do you feel? Scale of 1 to xylophone. How xylophone are you? Let's see. African xylophone. The term marimba is also applied to various traditional folk instruments, such as the West African balafon. Early forms were constructed at bars atop a gourd. The wood is first roasted around a fire before shaping the key to achieve the desired tone. The resonator is tuned to the key through careful choice of size of resonator, adjustment of the diameter of the mouth of the resonator using wasp wax, and adjustment of the height of the key above the resonator. Okay, so traveling with a balafon, absurd. Just absurd. Like, what? Okay, let's see. A skilled maker can produce startling amplification. The mallet used to play dibinda and mbila have heads made from natural rubber taken from a wild creeping plant. Huh. Interlocking or alternating rhythm features in Eastern African xylophone music, such as that of Makonde Dimbila, the Yao Mangolongondo, or the Shirima Manguilo, so sorry about all the pronunciations always, in which the opachera, the initial caller, is responded to by another player, the wakulela. What did I just read? I'm sure I'll like them. I'm sure I will. Xylophone-y. Xylophone-esque, if you will. Xylophone-esque. A balafon is xylophone-esque. Okay, so something... What did I just read? I feel like I need to read it again. Interlocking, alternating rhythm features. Okay, rhythm features. Got it. Okay. Rhythms. The initial caller is responded to by another player. Aha! Call and response. Xylophones. Xylophone battle. Dueling xylophones, if you will. This usually doubles in an already rapid rhythmic pulse that may also coexist with a counter rhythm. Look at this xylophone situation. This is a timbilla. Damn. I think you read some weird youth's game rules. Or that's how it feels with these terms I have no clue about. I think TLDR, you know how like, I mean, I always equate things to jazz. So in jazz, there's this tradition of like, one instrument will play for 4 bars and then another instrument will play the next 4 bars and they go back and forth in this like call and response kind of way. So that's what I'm reading from this, is that like there are like in Eastern African xylophone music, there's a kind of tradition of call and response with regard to rhythm and playing. That's my TLDR. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Mbila. The Mbila, plural, Timbila, is associated with the Chopi people of Inhambane province in southern Mozambique. It is not to be confused with the Mbira. The style of music played on it is believed to be the most sophisticated method of composition yet found among pre-literate peoples. Interesting. The gourd resonated equal ratio heptatonic tuned mbila of Mozambique is typically played in large ensembles and choreographed dance, perhaps depicting a historical drama. Interesting. Heptatonic. Heptatonic is a musical scale that has 7 pitches or tones per octave. Oh, that's interesting. So C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. So wait, what? Is that not... Wait. So wait, that's C major. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. What? Got very confused. So the major scale or the minor scale would be heptatonic. Oh, okay, cool. Anyway, did not realize. Heptatonic. Ensembles consist of around 10 xylophones of 3 or 4 sizes. A full orchestra would have 2 bass instruments called gulu, with 3 or 4 wooden keys played standing up using heavy mallets with solid rubber heads, 3 tender dibinda with 10 keys and played seated. The mbila itself, which has up to 19 keys, of which up to 8 may be played simultaneously. The gulu uses gourds of the mbila and dibinda masala apple shells as resonators. Apple shells. They accompany the dance with long compositions called ngomi or mgodo and consist of about 10 pieces of music grouped into 4 separate movements with an overture in different tempos and styles. The ensemble leader serves as a poet, composer, conductor, and performer. Cool! Creating a text, improvising a melody partially based on the features of the Chopi tone language, and composing a second contrapuntal line. The musicians of the ensemble partially improvise their parts. The composer then consults with the choreographer of the ceremony and adjustments are made. The longest and most important of these is the mzeno, which will include a song telling of an issue of local importance or even making fun of a prominent figure in the community. Performers include Eduardo Durayo and Venancio Mbande. Neat. Oh snap, fancy. I might move on, but there's a cool history of xylophones and a lot of honestly, a lot more xylophone variation and diversity than I had thought there would be. Here we have a Salimba in a Zambian market. We might have to look up a xylophone orchestra in a minute and see what that life is about. Western xylophone. The earliest mention of xylophone in Europe was Arnold Schlick's Spiegel der Orgelmacher und Orgenstein. Sorry about my German. It's probably better than my other languages sometimes. But sorry anyway. Where it's called Herzoglechter. Wooden clatter. That's great. I do love German in because it's so fucking literal, right? Like, wooden clatter is what they call, it's just, Mbila diss tracks is basically what we read about. That's it. Nailed it. Let's see. There follow other depictions of the instrument, but the term xylophone is not used until the 1860s. The instrument was associated largely with the folk music of Central Europe, notably Poland and Eastern Germany. An early version appeared in Slovakia. An earliest reference to a similar instrument came in the 14th century. The first use of an European orchestral xylophone was in Camille Saint-Saëns' Danse Macabre. Oh, cool! In 1874. By that time, the instrument had already been popularized to some extent by Michael Joseph Gusikoff, whose instrument was the 5-row xylophone, made of 28 crude wooden bars arranged in semitones in the form of a trapezoid and resting on straw supports. There were no resonators, and it was played fast with spoon-shaped sticks. According to musicologist Kurt Sachs, Gusikoff performed in garden concerts, variety shows, and as a novelty act in symphony concerts. The Western xylophone was used by early jazz bands and in vaudeville. Its bright, lively sound worked well with syncopated dance music of the 1920s and 1930s. Red Norvo, George Carey, George Hamilton Green, Teddy Brown, and Harry Brewer were well-known users. As time passed, the xylophone was exceeded in popularity by the metal key vibraphone. Vibraphones are super popular in jazz, which was developed in the 1920s. A xylophone with a range extending downward into the marimba range is called a xylorimba. In orchestral scores, a xylophone can be indicated by the French claquebois, German Hausharmonika, literally wooden harmonica, or Italian xylofono. Shostakovich was particularly fond of the instrument. It has prominent roles in much of his work, including most of his symphonies and his cello concert No. 2. Modern xylophone players include Bob Becker, Evelyn Glennie, and Ian Finkel. In the United States, there are Zimbabwean marimba bands in particularly high concentration in the Pacific Northwest, Colorado. In Colorado? I didn't know this. And New Mexico. But bands exist from the East Coast through California and even to Hawaii and Alaska. The main event for this community is Zimfest. You guys want to go to the Xylophone Festival? The annual Zimbabwean Music Festival. The bands are composed of instruments from high sopranos through lower soprano, tenor, baritone, and bass. Resonators are usually made with holes covered by thin cellophane, similar to the balafone, to achieve the characteristic buzzing sound. The repertoires of U.S. bands tend to have great overlap due to the common source of Zimbabwean musician Dumisani Marere, who was the key person who first brought Zimbabwean music to the West, coming to the University of Washington in 1968. Xylophone Con. I mean, I'd be down. Remember that one week? Remember K week when we learned about kazoos? This is giving me kazoo energy. Okay, let's see. So we want, what do we want? We want a xylophone orchestra. Xylophone orchestra. YouTube. Let's find it. Here we go. All right, hold on. Concertina for xylophone and orchestra. That one is 12 minutes long. Hold on. I don't know if we can handle a 12-minute long. This one is a 3-minute long. We can do that. All right, hold please. If you search for xylophone orchestra, you can find things like this. Xylophone kazoo noise quartet. It would be amazing and ridiculous. Oh, is this just the name of a song? Are there xylophones in this song? No. It's a bop. Okay, hold on. You know what I am gonna search for? Dueling xylophones. Are we prepared for dueling xylophones? This is what we need. Okay. All right. So we've got this kids band. Let's see. We've got an army band. I kind of want to listen to the kids. You guys want to see these kids duel it out? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, they're easing us into it. I can tell they're going to go hard in a minute. It's going to get intense in a minute. Maybe. I'm not impressed. I did choose for us to listen to the children rather than the army band though, didn't I? That's my fault. I mean, these kids are fine, I guess. I don't know what I was expecting from like a junior high band. I was hoping for some shredders. Oh, here we go. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh, here it goes. Oh, shit. It does have some, like, oom-pa-pa vibes, doesn't it? Spatty, we're watching dueling xylophones? Dueling xylophones. Salut, paton, hello! How do you feel? On a scale of 1 to xylophone, how xylophone are you? Are you this xylophone? Dueling xylophones. The normal dueling banjo starts off slow too. You're right, they gotta ease you into it. Okay, what if we search for xylophone battle? These kids are fine, it's good, we understand. But I think we need a xylophone battle. Battle of the vibes. Look at this man! Okay, no, this is the man for us, I think. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking legend. This is the man for us. Dismiss. Okay, this is the man for us. I'm gonna go get another fucking cider, and then we're gonna. Oh, but I don't want to miss it. Hold on, I need another cider for this man. This man is playing in an empty auditorium. I'll be back. Hold on. I don't even have to leave you technically because my headphone cable is very long. Ugh, and my kitchen is right here. As I said that, I did get kind of caught on something, but don't worry about it. Or do. I can't tell you what to do with your life, okay? But I can tell you that we are going to watch this fucking legend play some xylophone. All right, ready, team? Are we prepared? This is Emmanuel Serraturli. This is what I was talking about. This man is out of control. Oh my god! Do you think he majored in xylophones in college? If you can major in saxophone, you can major in xylophone. Look at this man! Told you, 2 mallets in one hand. You know what, Spatty? So marimba is just a subset of xylophone, which we learned today. Who knew? Marimbas are great, though. I do love me a marimba. How sweaty do you think he is? Probably pretty sweaty. Also, okay, Iron Biscuit, you were talking about touring with a balafone. What if you're this guy and you have to tour with multiple xylophones? Yo, this man is out of control. Guys, it might just be xylophone video week. 4 mallets and 20 square feet of xylophones. So xylophone, I'm xylophoning out of my xylophone inside of a xylophone. Damn! Are you're watching the stream from inside a xylophone? What? This guy is so hip and weird. He's got to be real sweaty, right? This guy, he's a try-hard xylophonist. Let me go play this xylophone real quick. Just one note on the other xylophone. Wow, what a xylophone time. Okay, all right, team. I think we really xylophoned hard, huh? Didn't we xylophone? Did we not xylophone? I think we xylophoned pretty good. You guys want to read about Xenu? You guys ready for Scientology? Oh, from xylophones to Scientology. Xenu, are we prepared? I don't know if I am. I don't know if I was prepared for that, but that was pretty good. I liked it. It's really impressive when someone masters an instrument that they can't really own. Yes, that's true, huh? I bet that guy owns multiple xylophones at this point in his career. He has to. I bet he's got a room dedicated to just his xylophones, right? Somebody mastering a pipe organ. True. That's true. That's true. Are those the no-hit Jerome clapping feet? They are. Nice. Unless you live in the church, but I get you. No, it's true. Well, and what's interesting about that is you can have, a piano, which gives you the basic idea, but it's still not quite the same, right? I'm with you. That is interesting. All right. We ready to read about Xenu? Sunny, if you're still there, let me know if there's something in particular you would like us to read about. Otherwise, guys, welcome to Scientology. Read about Xenu. In Scientology, Xenu, also called Zemu, was an extraterrestrial ruler of Galactic Confederacy who brought billions of his people to Earth, known as the Tegiak, in DC-8-like spacecraft 75 million years ago, stacked them around volcanoes, and killed them with hydrogen bombs. Okay, so I know about Scientology, like the concept. I don't know anything about like actual like Scientology. Does that make sense? Like I've seen like documentaries about like people being like unbrainwashed from like Scientology and other cults and stuff. So it's like I know of it from like that level, but I don't actually know anything about like Xenu. So we're gonna learn. We're learning today. Okay, official Scientology scriptures hold that Thetans, immortal spirits of these aliens, adhere to humans, causing spiritual harm. These events are known within Scientology as Incident 2, and the traumatic memories associated with them as the Wall of Fire or R6 implant. The narrative of Xenu is part of a Don't worry about it. It's fine. We're doing it. We're killing it. The narrative of Xenu is part of Scientology's teachings about extraterrestrial civilizations and alien interventions in earthly events, collectively described as space opera by L. Ron Hubbard. Hubbard detailed the story in Operating Thetan Level 3, OT3, in 1967, warning that R6 implant, past trauma, was calculated to kill, by pneumonia, etc., anyone who attempts to solve it. Space opera. Okay, so any L. Ron Hubbard stands in the chat? I don't know. Was he okay? I have a question. Okay, so was he like a guy? Was Scientology a fan fiction gone wrong, or like did he fancy himself a science fiction writer? And then like that didn't work out, so he like started a cult. Like I don't know, but like don't you like reading this? It's like that sounds like a cool science fiction novel to read, right? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Like so like space opera. Like so was he just like a failed space opera writer who then was like, "Yep, I'm gonna just start a cult cuz that'll be more successful." Okay, kind of. Opportunistic failure with a lot of ideas. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Fanfic that got off to yeah, weird, yeah. And it's still, it's not as strong as it was in like the early 2000s, late 90s, right? But it's still like going fairly strong, is it not? Interesting. Okay. Within the Church of Scientology, the Xenu story is part of the church's secret, advanced technology, considered a sacred and esoteric teaching, which is normally only revealed to members who have completed a lengthy sequence of courses costing large amounts of money. The church avoids mention of Xenu in public statements as has gone to considerable effort to maintain the story's confidentiality, including legal action on the grounds of copyright and trade secrecy. Officials of the Church of Scientology widely deny or try to hide the Xenu story. It's so weird. Despite this, much material on Xenu has leaked to the public via court documents and copies of Hubbard's notes that have been distributed through the internet. In commentary on the impact of the Xenu text, academic scholars have discussed and analyzed the writings of Hubbard and their place within Scientology within the context of science fiction, UFO religions, Gnosticism, and creation myths. Okay. Senny, anything in particular, if you're still there, that you want to get into? Like, honestly, probably summary and origin of the story I find to be interesting. Maybe the name. Those are kind of the ones that like are popping out to me. Pop culture, maybe. But if there's anything in particular that you want us to hone in on, let me know. Okay, summary. Let's get into this one. The story of Xenu is covered in OT3, part of Scientology's secret advanced technology doctrines, taught only to advanced members who have undergone many hours of auditing and reached the state of clear, followed by Operating Thetan Levels 1 and 2. It is described in more detail in the accompanying confidential assists lecture of October 3rd, 1968, and is dramatized in The Revolt in the Stars, a screen story in the form of a novel written by L. Ron Hubbard in 1977. See, okay, so he did kind of start out writing these as like novels. Weird. Okay. Let's see. So here we have a picture of a DC-8 aircraft in 2004. Hubbard describes Xenu's spacecraft as looking exactly like DC-8s without fans, meaning the jet engines are turbofans. Okay. Hubbard wrote that Xenu was a ruler of galactic confederacy 75 million years ago, which consisted of 26 stars and 76 planets, including Earth, which was then known as Tegiak. The planets were overpopulated, containing an average population of 178 billion. The Galactic Confederacy's civilization was comparable to our own, with aliens walking around in clothes which looked very remarkably like clothes that they wear this very minute. Convenient, no? I have a feeling that this lore has a couple of plot holes. Probably. Any good lore has a couple of plot holes, does it not? Probably a few. Let's see. Using cars, trains, and boats looking exact same as those circa 1950 or 1960 on Earth. Xenu was about to be deposed from power, so he devised a plot to eliminate the excess population from his dominions. With the assistance of psychiatrists, he gathered billions of his citizens under the pretense of income tax inspections, then paralyzed them and froze them in a mixture of alcohol and glycol to capture their souls. Sloopaton, thank you for the lurk. It's good to see you. Why ruin a good story with too many facts? It's true. If it's fiction, I mean, you know, no need to bog it down with realism and like, yeah, facts. Yeah, no. Okay, let's see. The kidnapped populace was loaded into spacecraft for transport to the site of extermination, the planet of Tegiak, Earth. Okay. The appearance of these spacecraft would later be subconsciously expressed in the design of the Douglas DC-8, the only difference being the DC-8 had fans, propellers on it, and the spaceplane didn't. When they had reached Tegiak, the paralyzed citizens were offloaded and placed around the bases of volcanoes across the planet. But like, why though? but like, why though, you know? Hydrogen bombs were then lowered into the volcanoes and detonated simultaneously, killing all but a few aliens. Hubbard described the scene in his film Revolt in the Stars. Okay, so... Okay, and there's documentaries about it. I'm sure I could learn about this, but anyone who knows, how did we get from I'm writing novels, I'm making films, to then Scientology? Do you know what I mean? Just how? Just like how though, you know? Cults are wild. I follow this girl on TikTok who, she was part of the Moonies. She was born into it. And it was able to get out of it. And so she makes really interesting TikToks talking about her experience and what it's like to be part of a cult and like the way in which you're trained to like brainwash other people and like indoctrinate them into the cult and whatnot. It's just interesting and bizarre. But like Scientology takes this shit to a whole other level with the science fiction aspect of it. You know what I mean? Because you've got, like, religious zealots who then, like, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But cults are weird, yeah? Okay, anyway. Simultaneously, the planted charges erupted. Atomic blasts ballooned from the craters of Loa, Vesuvius, Shasta, Washington, Fujiyama, Etna, and many, many others. Arching higher and higher up and outwards, towering clouds mushroomed, shot through with flashes of flame, waste, and fission. Great winds raced tumultuously across the face of the earth, spreading tales of destruction. Narcissism that can grow without exposure. It was a lot easier pre-internet. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yeah. Internet has kind of... I don't know. Internet has both, like, put the kibosh on some of these things and also emboldened some of these things, right? It's interesting how that works. The now disembodied victims' souls, which Hubbard calls Thetans, were blown to the air by the blast. They were captured by Xenu's forces using an electronic ribbon, which was also a type of standing wave, and sucked into vacuum zones around the world. The hundreds of billions of captured Thetans were taken to a type of cinema where they were forced to watch a 3D super colossal motion picture for 36 days. What? This implanted what Hubbard termed various misleading data, collectively termed the R6 implant, into the memories of the hapless Thetans, which has to do with God, the devil, space opera, etc., etc. You know, God, the devil, space opera. You know, all that kind of thing. This included all world religions. Interesting. Hubbard specifically attributed Roman Catholicism and the image of the crucifixion to the influence of Xenu. The 2 implant stations cited by Hubbard were said to have been located on Hawaii and Las Palmas in the Canary Isles. In addition to implanting new beliefs into the Thetans, the images deprived them of their sense of personal identity. When the Thetans left the projection areas, they started to cluster together in groups of a few thousand, having lost the ability to differentiate between each other. Each cluster of Thetans gathered into one of the few remaining bodies that survived the explosion. These became what are known as body Thetans, which are said to still be clinging to and adversely affecting everyone except Scientologists who have performed the necessary steps to remove them. I'm blaming LSD, cocaine, flamboyantly excessive annual budget. I mean, fair. But a lot of people have done LSD and cocaine and haven't started cults. But I didn't. Anyway, moving on. A government faction known as the Loyal Officers finally overthrew Xenu and his renegades and locked him away in an electronic mountain trap from which he has not escaped. Although the location of Xenu is sometimes said to be the Pyrenees on Earth, this is actually the location Hubbard gave elsewhere for an ancient Martian report station. Tegiak was subsequently abandoned by the Galactic Confederacy and remains a pariah prison planet to this day, although it has suffered repeatedly from incursions by alien invader forces since that time. In 1988, the cost of learning these secrets from the Church of Scientology was 3,830 British pounds? Is that British pounds? Shout out to the master. Or US $6,500. This in addition to the cost of the prior courses, which are necessary to be eligible for OT3, which is often well over US $100,000. But then this is why it's like a Hollywood thing, right? They're not the only people that could afford it. And being able to afford it means that you're part of this like exclusive club, right? Roughly 77,000. Again, I think that's British pounds. Is that British pounds? Yeah. Okay, cool. Belief in Xenu and body Thetans is a requirement for Scientologists to progress further along the bridge to total freedom. Those who did not experience benefits of OT3 course are expected to take it and pay for it again. Wow. Xenu, huh? Okay, origin. I want the origin. Now I'm in deep. Now we're in deep. Sunny, we're in deep if you're out there. Yeah, 65K or 6.5K. Just sent a message to an EU based group looking for players that posted actual minutes before I went to Reddit looking for a group, so hopefully they get back to me quick. Good luck, Canadian gamer. I hope you find some people to game with. I know it's hard when you're trying to find people to Jesus Christ, the barefaced Messiah just came up and came in real hot when I was in the middle of this sentence. I know it's hard to find D&D groups, so I hope you find one. My goodness, hello. Do you want to see it again? This is the barefaced Messiah. The true story of L. Ron Hubbard. Look at this. Let's analyze this picture. We have a man. He's barefaced. He doesn't have a beard, I believe is what that means. Check the collar. Very Doctor Strange. He's doing a Doctor Strange cosplay. He's got the S belt. Do you see the belt buckle? Oh, wait, come back, sir. There's a belt buckle with a large S on it. Black gloves. Is he holding a cigarette? Maybe. He's sitting in like a weird throne, and then there's women beneath him. Maybe women just kind of worshiping at his feet, kind of. Just naked ladies. This is the true story of Elron. Is that Elron Hubbard? Is Elron the barefaced Messiah? Unmasked, perhaps? Maybe. This is such a phallic cover. Yo, it's a lot. It's a lot. My favorite part is that it's the true story. This is the true story. This really happened. This is true. Pretty great. Okay, anyway. Hubbard wrote OT3 in late 1966 and early 1967 in North Africa while on his way to Las Palmas to join the Enchanter, the first vessel of his private Scientology fleet, the Sea Org. OT3 says, in December 1967, I knew someone had to take the plunge, but the material was publicized well before this. He emphasized later that OT3 was his own personal discovery. Okay. Critics of Scientology have suggested that other factors may have been at work. In a letter of the time to his wife, Mary Sue, Hubbard said that in order to assist his research, he was drinking alcohol and taking stimulants and depressives. Okay, so this is what you were talking about, Iron Biscuit. I'm drinking lots of rum and popping pinks and grays. Good. 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 His assistant at the time, Virginia Downsborough, said that she had to wean him off the diet of drugs to which he'd become accustomed. Yikes. Russell Miller posits that barefaced Messiah... I don't know why I think it's so funny. Posits in Barefaced Messiah that it was important for Hubbard to be found in a debilitated condition so as to present OT3 as a research accomplishment of immense magnitude. Oh, interesting. Actually nervous. Been a long time since I had to apply to a game. Good luck. I hope it works out. And also, you know what? If it's not a good fit and you don't like it, don't be afraid to leave and find a different group to play with. You know what I mean? But I'm thinking good thoughts. Thinking good thoughts for you. If I made old school beer drinking rock, this would absolutely be a top tier choice for you. I mean, it's pretty good. It's pretty great. It's very silly. Okay, let's see. Elements of the Xenu story appeared in Scientology before the OT3. Hubbard's descriptions of extraterrestrial conflicts were put forward as early as 1950 in his book, Have You Lived Before This Life? And were enthusiastically endorsed by Scientologists who documented their past lives on other planets. Wow. Okay, I might skip ahead here. Wow. All right, the name. I want to know about Xenu, Zimu, all this jazz. The name has been spelled both Xenu and Zimu. The Class 8 course material includes a 3-page text, handwritten by Hubbard, headed Data, in which the Xenu story is given in detail. Hubbard's indistinct handwriting makes either spelling impossible. Okay, fair, yeah. It looks like because it's kind of cursive that it's probably with an N, but I can see why the cursive N always kind of looks like an M, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Particularly as the use of the name on the first page of OT3 is the only known example of the name in his handwriting. I tend to believe because everything else is kind of in cursive that it's probably Xenu, but I'm not an expert in such things. In the Assists lecture, Hubbard speaks of Xenu, could be spelled Xemu, Xemu, and clearly says Xemu several times on the recording. Okay, what do I know? What do I know? Cursive Cyrillic. No, I haven't. I bet it's wild, though. Now I need to just Google that real quick. Please don't judge me by how many emails I have, okay? Cyrillic. Listen. listen. The reason... Can I just say, I need to get a new email address because I've had that email address for so long that it has just become a glorified spam folder. At this point, I just need to start fresh. I just need to start over. It's too much. I can't deal with it at this point. Anyway, I just want to see this. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Hold on. Whoa. Here we go. I mean, it's not that off base from English, but you get into some really interesting. Yeah, this is wild. I would have never even thought to look this up, Iron Biscuit. Huh. Cursive in general is kind of wild. What the actual fuck is this shit? That cannot. What? This is not. You cannot. This is not. No. It's Cyrillic in Russian. It's a similar idea, right? Yeah. This is what even is this? This cannot. You cannot. What is that? You cannot. This cannot be. Those are scribbles. Some doctor's handwriting. No, how can you? This cannot be. This cannot be. This cannot be. This cannot be. This seems about right. Which again, to my brain, I have no idea what's happening here because I don't speak Russian and I don't understand Cyrillic. But okay, like this example, I'm like, okay, I get it. I understand. This example, what the actual fuck is this? It's a lie detector's test. That's how some people live every day. Bless them. Good for them. Good for them, huh? Good for us all. Good for... Just good. Just good. Just good, yeah? Okay, Zemu. The treatment of the revolt in the stars, which is typewritten, uses Xenu exclusively. Who knows? Who knows which one it is, huh? It has been speculated that the name derives from Zimnu. Let's just combine them. An extraterrestrial comic book villain who first appeared in the story I Was a Slave of the Living Hulk, Journey into Mystery. Oh, he's just ripping off comic books, huh? He was created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby. Xenu is a giant, hairy, intergalactic criminal who escaped a prison planet, traveled to Earth, hypnotized the entire human population. Okay, so he's just plagiarizing comic books. Right? L. Ron Hubbard is he's just ripping off Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, and really, Stan Lee kind of takes too much credit, and really we're talking about Jack Kirby, right? Am I wrong? Let's see. I can't even with non-cursive English without it looking terrible. Oh, really? That's interesting. I don't mind cursive. I think it can kind of look pretty. Yeah, I don't have the best handwriting in the world either, Spatty. But honestly, I want to say my handwriting is equally bad whether I write in cursive or in print, honestly. To each their own that way though, right? I think that was the argument for teaching kids cursive in school, was that like because of the way that the letters flow, it's a little bit easier to write legibly in cursive. Although now that I say that, I don't actually know. Because they don't really teach cursive anymore, right? Is that a thing? I'm having a major deja vu moment where I'm wondering if we've talked about this on stream before. Do kids still learn cursive? Is that a thing? You have beautiful handwriting? I bet. I can see that. I can see it, Sable. Okay, so Xenu is a giant, hairy, intergalactic criminal who escaped a prison planet, traveled to Earth, and hypnotized the entire population. Upon Xenu's defeat by electrician Joe Harper, Xenu is imprisoned in a state of continual electric shock in orbit around the sun, and humanity is left with no memory of Xenu's existence. Whoa, sorry. Here he is. Here's Xenu, as depicted by Panorama. What? Okay, hold on. Despite the Church of Scientology's efforts to keep the story secret, details have been leaked over the years. OT3 was first revealed in Robert Kaufman's 1972 book Inside Scientology, in which Kaufman detailed his own experiences of OT3. It was later described in a 1981 Clearwater Sun article and came to greater public fame in a 1985 court case brought against Scientology by Lawrence Valserheim. The church failed to have the documents sealed and attempted to keep the case file checked out by a reader at all times, but the story was summarized in the Los Angeles Times and detailed in William Poundstone's Bigger Secrets, 1986, from information presented in the Valserheim case. In 1987, a book by L. Ron Hubbard Jr., L. Ron Hubbard, Messiah or Madman, quoted the first page of the OT3 and summarized the rest of its content. Okay, wait, is L. Ron Hubbard Jr. the guy? Eldest child. Okay, no, that's his son. Okay. Huh. Highly critical of his father in Church of Scientology. Got it. Okay. Got it. I think they teach kids to write in cursive in Finland, but that's more about fine motor skills than actual everyday use. That also makes sense. Developing fine motor skills through the use of cursive. That makes sense. I never thought about that, but that checks out. I can totally see that. Even just like practicing, like you said, a fine motor skill of like holding a pencil or a pen, right? Let's see. Since then, news media have mentioned Xenu in coverage of Scientology or its celebrity proponents such as Tom Cruise. Is he still lost in the sauce? In 1987, the BBC's investigative news series Panorama aired a report titled "The Road to Total Freedom?" which featured an outline of the OT3 story in cartoon form. That sounds fun and weird to watch. I was taught cursive. I hated it and have never used it since. Interesting. I was taught cursive. I went to a private Christian school, though, up until 5th grade. So part of me was wondering if that was a Christian school thing or if that was a just people my age thing when we were kids. Once I started writing in print, I didn't really like to write in cursive, but every now and again for like if I'm like bullet journaling or I kind of like calligraphy. I don't claim to be good at it, but I like it. So for like calligraphy purposes, I'll do some cursive here and there. Okay, let's see. On December 24, 1994, the Xenu story was published on the internet for the first time in a posting to the Usenet newsgroup alt.religion.scientology through an anonymous remailer. This led to an online battle between the Church of Scientology lawyers and detractors. Older versions of the OT levels 1 to 7 were brought as exhibits attached to a declaration by Stephen Fishman on April 9th, 1993, as part of Church of Scientology International versus Fishman and Geertz. The text of this declaration and its exhibits, collectively known as the Fishman Affidavit, were posted to the internet news group alt.religion.scientology in August 1995 by Arnie Lerma and on the World Wide Web by, I forgot that WWW stands for World Wide Web. Forgot all about that. By David S. Turetsky. This was a subject of great controversy and legal battles for several years. There was a copyright raid on Lerma's house, leading to massive mirroring of the documents, and a suit against Dutch writer Karen Spank. The church bringing suit on copyright violation grounds for reproducing the source material and also claiming rewordings would reveal a trade secret. A trade secret, huh? Private Christian school to 8th grade. Okay, yeah. I honestly like cursive and wish it was still around. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of indifferent, to be honest with you. I think that it can look really pretty, and also I get why people do print. Yeah, Yeah. I think the shower glass door is where I write in cursive and nowhere else. Nice. Thanks, grade 1 to 2. Went to public school. My friend apparently was only taught half of the cursive alphabet and the teachers gave up. What? Really? That's funny. That's really funny. Yeah, I distinctly remember learning cursive like kindergarten through at least through 1st or 2nd grade, I want to say. Yeah. Yeah. Um, ba 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 ba. Something something. Scientology. Something something. I don't even know. I got lost in the sauce. I'm gonna just move ahead. All right. Look at this guy. Oh, this isn't South Park. Xenu is depicted in South Park. Hey, okay. Versions of the Xenu story have appeared in both television shows and stage productions. Stage productions, huh? The off-Broadway satirical musical, A Very Merry Unauthorized Children's Scientology Pageant. That's a thing. This is a thing. What is this? A satirical musical about Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard, written by Kyle Jarrow, from a concept by Alex Timbers. Wow, okay, all right, okay. That's cool, that's silly. South Park. Oh, right, The Trap in the Closet. Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, Tom Cruise, John Travolta. Yeah. Isaac Hayes. Yeah. Do you like him just like, yeah. Stuff and things. Xenu. You know? Xenu, I guess, right? Xenu? Huh? I hear concept and embrace them as is. Yeah. I get that. Sometimes that's the best way, you know? Xenu! Who knew? Xenu! I barely know you! I will hydrate. Who's hydrating me? Very, thank you for the hydrate. Chat, you too. Everyone, cheers! If you haven't taken your meds, do that. If you need a snack, do that. I'm gonna take one more sip because I've been drinking. I'm doing a day drink thing today. Tomorrow I teach online, which means I can kind of sleep in a little bit. Like how I justify that? I'm like, it's fine. I teach online tomorrow. It's fine. That's the other thing with the work schedule thing. Not to go back to that, but we're gonna go back to that for 2 seconds. I think because they're laying off like half of my department, we're going to have to go back to hybrid classes at least for this semester, because otherwise there's no way we're going to be able to cover it with just like 2 people in my department. There's no way. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Stay tuned for, does Abby lose her mind from her job? Anyway, Xenolith, are we prepared? I don't remember. I want to say Gimp put this in the chat. Gimp, did you put this in the chat? Gimp, are you there? I'm just kidding, Gimp. Lurk away. Forgot to eat lunch. Yes, go be a human. Go get some lunch. Do it. I had a hummus and cheese sandwich. It was delightful because, okay, one job perk is that we have a community garden at my work, and on Friday we got to go, because Colorado, weather-wise, we went from like being in the 90s last week to yesterday we had a high of 55, so they were worried about early frost. So they were like, you know what, we're not going to be able to sell all of this produce at our farmer's market. Take some produce. So I made a sandwich this morning with cucumbers and tomatoes grown in the community garden, and it was delightful. And yesterday I made a caprese salad with basil and tomatoes from the community garden, and I did some oven fried okra and eggplant that was delightful. Just delightful. And I should buy vegetables more. Is what this taught me. Here's the thing though. It's funny because it's like I got these for free, so I was like, I have to use them. I'm gonna feel bad if I don't use them. But I also like end up just like letting like vegetables like sit in my fridge, and I just forget about them, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I should eat a vegetable. But yeah, it was really good. It was really good. I still have a bunch of tomatoes. I'm like looking over. I got some peppers. I got some poblanos and some Anaheim peppers. I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do with those. Tons of tomatoes though. I might try to make like a pasta sauce kind of a thing with them at some point here. Yeah. So fancy. I'm just the fanciest, right? Fresh veggies make a nice wok. Man, my family, we had a wok growing up. It was fun to cook in. I don't have a wok currently. But yeah, you can do some like stir fry or something. Tactic for not letting veggies go bad is to take them out of the bags and put them in Tupperware. Oh, does that work, Spatty? Spatty, that's smart. So like with spinach and like with greens, I'll do that. I'll take them out of the bag and put them in like Tupperware with a paper towel to absorb moisture, and that makes it last way longer, which is nice. That's good to know. Tupperware takes up more space, so it's harder to forget them. Smart. Smart. I know with bell peppers too, actually. Tupperware will help preserve them. Lots of tomatoes in the autumn. Sounds like a Indian butter sauce. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's a good call. No, but that's a smart strategy, Spatty. I need all the strategy. You know, it's nice about my new fridge in this kitchen. I moved to this apartment in April. But this fridge, I keep pointing over there. I'm like, my fridge, which is over that way, has like all like clear drawers and stuff. So it's much harder to forget about veggies. And yeah, like depression brain combined with ADHD brain means that just sometimes shit happens. Sometimes I'm really good and I like eat all the vegetables and all the things and everything is together, and then life happens and brain things happen and it's just like boop, everything in my fridge just dies. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Getting box meals delivered, so much healthier for me and making me cook. Nice. I love that. I've thought about looking into doing one of those meal kit kind of a things. It's not a bad idea, especially for living by yourself like I do. Like there are certain things that like will freeze well and you can make like a lot of at a time and it's not a big deal. There's other things that's like it's kind of hard to cook for one person, you know. I just don't bother buying veggies anymore. Okay, so I'll do that too, Sable. I'll go through those moments where it's like, yeah, no, I don't what's a vegetable, huh? What's a vegetable? Who needs it? And then I eat a vegetable. I'm like, oh yeah, I need it. Me. My parents get the same meals sometimes and we cook over the phone. That's cute. I like that. All right, you guys want to read about xenoliths? I just read the word rock and I got real excited about it. I haven't had veggies in years. My brain is healthy. You know what? You just got to do what you got to do. It's hard, man. And also like finding safe foods is really hard. As I think a lot of us deal with that. So you just, Sable, you just do whatever you got to do to take care of yourself. Veggies or not, you know? All right, let's see. Xenolith, foreign rock, is a rock fragment, country rock, that becomes enveloped in a larger rock during the latter's development and solidification. In geology, the term xenolith is almost exclusively used to describe inclusions in igneous rock entrained during magma ascent, emplacement, and eruption. Xenoliths may be engulfed along the margins of magma chamber, torn loose from the walls of an erupting lava conduit, or explosive diatreme, or picked up along the base of flowing body of lava on the Earth's surface. A xenocrystal is an individual foreign crystal included within an igneous body. I know some of these words. Examples of xenocrysts are quartz crystals in a silica-deficient lava and diamonds within kimberlite diatremes. What? Okay, I know what quartz is. Beautiful, delightful. Silica. There it is. Diamonds. There they are. Kimberlite. I've never heard of kimberlite. Cool. Gabbroic xenolith in granite in Rock Creek Canyon, eastern Sierra Nevada, California. Fancy rocks, fancy lava rocks, rocks within rocks due to lava. That's what I'm getting from this. Is that it? Xenoliths can be non-uniform within individual locations, even in areas which are spatially limited, e.g. rhyolite-dominated lava of Nijima volcano, Japan, contains two types of gabbroic xenoliths, which are of different origin. They were formed in different temperature and pressure conditions. Interesting. Rhyolite? Cool. Gabbroic? Oh, a gabbro. Okay. Igneous rocks. Nice. Love. Okay. Although the term xenolith is most commonly associated with inclusions in igneous rocks, a broad definition could also include rock fragments which have become encased in sedimentary rock. Xenoliths have been found in some meteorites. Oh, that's cool. Here's olivine. Ooh, pretty. I like that one. Olivine weathering to Idding site within a mantle xenolith. Idding site. Neat. Neat. Yeah, what that means is space volcanoes, Veery, right? That's I mean, it has to be. Has to be space volcanoes. That's what they're talking about. To be considered a true xenolith, the included rock must be identifiably different from the rock in which it is enveloped. An included rock of similar type is called an autolith or a cognate inclusion. Interesting. Xenoliths and xenocrysts provide important information about the composition of the otherwise inaccessible mantle. Basalts, kimberlites, lamproites, and lamprophyres, which have their source in the upper mantle, often contain fragments and crystals assumed to be part of the originating mantle mineralogy. Xenoliths of dunite, peridotite, and spinal iherzolite in basaltic lava flows are one example. Kimberlites contain, in addition to diamond xenocrysts, fragments of iherzolites. What was this one? Oh, fancy, very pretty. Fragments of iherzolites of varying composition. The aluminum-bearing minerals of these fragments provide clues to the depth of origin. Calcic plagioclase is stable to a depth of 25 kilometers, 16 miles. Between 25 kilometers, 16 miles, and about 60 kilometers, 37 miles, spinal is the stable aluminum phase. At depths greater than about 60 kilometers, dense garnet becomes the aluminum-bearing mineral. Sentences. Some kimberlites contain xenoliths of eclogite, which is considered to be the high-pressure metamorphic product of basaltic oceanic crust as it descends into the mantle along subduction zones. Wow. Okay, not space volcanoes, but high temperature or pressure event happening somewhere leading to this stuff. Okay. Volcano sounds to be one source of this happening on Earth, I think. Okay, but what about with meteorites? I think you're right. I think it probably is high pressure events, but also space volcanoes? No, you're probably right though. Okay, making eggs was not a good idea for my stomach. Never eggs, but I like the yolk. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that eggs and your stomach don't get along well. The large-scale inclusion of foreign rock strata at the margins of an igneous intrusion are called a roof pendant. Okay. I want to look at all these pictures. Basalts. There we go. Kimberlites. I think we saw that one already. Lamproites. That's a rock. Lamprophyres. Shiny rock. Dunite. Peridotite. That one's pretty. I like the green rocks. I like the translucent rocks. Spinal? Ooh. Iherzolite? Oh, it's layerzolite. It looks like an eye. Layerzolite. Okay, cool. Basalt, cool. Layerzolite. Aluminum. There it is. Plagioclase. Spinal? We looked at that one already. Nice. Magnesium aluminum, member of the large spinal group of minerals. There's a mineral exhibit at the local museum that I always just kind of go through, and I'm like, yeah, it's pretty, and I never really care to read or learn while I'm there, and I should sometime. I'm just always shiny, and then I move on with my life. We got some Pepto. I'm really sad. I can't figure out why it's a problem. Maybe you've just got a bit of an allergy to eggs. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's the preparation. Depends on how you cook them, maybe. That sucks though, Veery. I'm sorry. Meteorites, if I recall, are residual bodies that are left after protoplanets collide and merge. Ah, okay. Protoplanets bonking are hot and heavy impacts. So there's the temperature and pressure getting the xenoliths going. Okay. Planet bonking. Okay, all right, so not space volcanoes. Planet bonking makes sense. I like it. I like it. Yeah, if you have a gastroenterologist person, it'd be worth asking them about, for sure. Okay, yay, we can look at pictures. You guys ready for pictures? These are xenoliths in granodiorite of the Altastock Little Cottonwood Canyon, Utah. Large xenolith of sandstone, probably from the Albi Formation, within the Fairley Pluton in Vermont. Peridotite, green. Mantle xenolith within a dark volcanic bomb from Vulkaneifel, Germany. Coin of €1 for scale. To be total pedant, meteorite is the rock on Earth. Meteors are before they're on Earth. Ooh, I like that. I actually, you know what? Sable, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Thank you for that. That's really interesting. So even planets have needs too. There it is. Volcanoes are thermal vents on planets that have tectonic activity. No, you have to stay. Well, I mean, you don't have to stay. you do what you need to do, Spatty. Let's see. I threw a coin in there. Which was which and missed. No, but still pretty good. Especially Iron Biscuit, you being Finnish as well, and English being a second language for you. Like, you're totally good. You're fucking crushing it, dude. Volcanoes are thermal vents on planets that have tectonic activity. So there are space volcanoes, right? Sometimes. Some planets have space volcanoes. That's a thing. We are in space, and we have volcanoes. I rest my case. I don't even know what I was trying to prove there. There are space volcanoes. That is also a good album name, I think, or band name. Oh, who are we going to see? Oh, there are space volcanoes. Still waiting on the D&D people to get back to you? Good luck. Fingers crossed. We're looking at rocks and talking about space volcanoes and the difference between a meteor and a meteorite, which I never knew until today. I'm learning things. Go figure. Accidentally ate dairy, so I have a volcano. I'm sorry. That sucks. Oh, man. Oh, the stomach issues, man. Rip. F's in chat for Sable's stomach, as well as F's in chat for Viri's stomach right now. Lots of gastrointestinal things happening. Okay, this is a rounded yellow weathered peridotite xenolith in nephenolite lava flow at Kaiserstuhl, southwest Germany. Oh, this one looks like a weird goose. Large xenolith of Baltimore gneiss in the Guilford Quartz Monzonite in a wall of the old Watersville Quarry, Granite, Maryland. About 1895. Oh no, Viri! Viri, that's a really good... I don't know who this person is, but that's a really good emote. Okay, let's see. Lamprifier with xenolith at Ontario, Canada. This one's cool and spiky. Xenolith in granite near Donner Pass, California. Foot for scale. Here's a foot for scale. This is cool. Very stripy. Very interesting. I'm speaking out of my ass, trying to remember what the dude in the YouTube video said. You're good. We're all just regurgitating the thing that we heard a guy on YouTube say once. That's what it is to exist in 2022. There we go. Rocks and stuff. Neat. BRB to call my mother unit. Do your thing. You're totally good. All right, what we got? We got Xenon. We have Xanadu. We have Xena Warrior Princess. We have Xeris. And we have Xysma. Xysma. So, I think that probably I need just a little bit of a break. Probably just like get up and stretch and get away from my computer for a minute break. So I'm going to do that. And you can do that too. And when we come back, we're going to read about Xenon and Xanadu and Xena Warrior Princess and Xeris and Xysma. Hey, thanks for being here. I missed you guys. It's very nice. It's very nice to be here. It's very nice to have you. I will see you in like, I don't know, like 5 minutes, something like that. Yeah? Yeah? Go call your mother unit if you need to go call a mother unit, okay? Okay, I'll see you soon. Just a BRB, Veery. I don't know how long ago you said that, but just a little BRB, because just you calling your mom made me realize I should probably, like, you know, get up and stand up and, like, stretch it out for a second. No, you didn't miss anything. Literally, as soon as you were like, I'm gonna go call my mom, I was like, I'm gonna go not call my mom, but just get away from my computer for a second. So you're totally good. If you stuck around like Veery did, thank you so much. If you didn't, how fucking dare you? I'm just kidding. Are you ready? Are you ready for more topics? I hope you're well. I missed you. I missed you. How are you? Are you streaming later? I saw that we might be graced with a wonderful Veery stream later. Maybe some Breath of the Wild. Word on the street is that might be happening, huh? I may. Okay, good. I have to check it out. I have to go hang out. Veery, you ready to read about Xenon? Anyone else? Are you prepared? Adjust your glasses accordingly, please. Drink your cider accordingly, if you feel so inclined. I keep spilling on myself. It's fine. I'm a baby. Okay, here we go. Xenon! Oh man, I really did drool. I did a drool. I'm doing great at existing as a 33-year-old human being. I'm crushing it. Okay. Xenon is a chemical element with the symbol Xe, an atomic number 54. Speaking of moms, my mom would be very excited about this topic. It is a colorless, dense, odorless noble gas found in the Earth's atmosphere in trace amounts. Although generally unreactive, at first I read this as unattractive, and I was like, that's weird, Wikipedia. Why do you think this is not an attractive element? It's not, it's unreactive. Although generally unreactive, it can undergo a few chemical reactions, such as the formation of xenon hexafluoroplatinate. The fuck is this? I got really angry about it. I don't even want to read those words. A few chemical reactions, such as the formulation of xenon hexafluoroplatinate, the first noble gas compound to be synthesized. I'm proud of you. Xenon is used in flash lamps and arc lamps and as a general anesthetic. The first excimer laser. Excimer laser? Excimer? Form of ultraviolet laser. Huh. All right. Wait, I need to read more. Hold on. Commonly used in the production of microelectronic devices, semiconductor-based integrated circuits, or chips. Eye surgery. LASIK? Is this the kind of laser they use for LASIK surgery? Probably, right? Maybe. I don't know. Okay, anyway. Good to know. Interesting. Lasers. I got distracted by lasers. The first excimer laser, designed used a xenon dimer molecule, Xe2, as the lasing medium. And the earliest laser designs used xenon flash lamps as pumps. Xenon is also used to search for hypothetical weakly interacting massive particles and as a propellant for ion thrusters in spacecraft. Naturally occurring xenon consists of 7 stable isotopes and 2 long-lived radioactive isotopes. More than 40 unstable xenon isotopes undergo radioactive decay, and the isotope ratios of xenon are an important tool for studying the early history of solar system. Radioactive xenon-135 is produced by beta decay from iodine-135, a product of nuclear fission, and is the most significant and unwanted neutron absorber in nuclear reactors. I do not remember whose topic this is, but anyone hanging out, if there is anything in particular you want me to like hone in on, let me know. Probably we'll go through this one quickly because science words are a lot. But let's see. History, characteristics, occurrence, production, isotopes, compounds, applications. Applications is kind of cool and interesting. I'm kind of thinking maybe history, characteristics, applications. That's where my brain is going. So, look at the spectral lines. Cool. Okay. Xenon was discovered in England by the Scottish chemist William Ramsay and English chemist Morris Travers in September 1898, shortly after their discovery of the elements krypton and neon. They found xenon in the residue left over from evaporating components of liquid air. Ramsay, wait, what? Evaporating components of liquid air? Liquid air, okay, hold on. Liquid air is air that has been cooled to very low temperatures so that it has condensed into a pale blue mobile liquid. What? I didn't know this was a thing. To thermally insulate it from room temperature, it is stored in specialized containers. Okay. All right. Liquid air? What does this mean? I was very confused, Sable. But now we know. It's just air that's been cooled to a very low temperature so that it's condensed into a pale blue mobile liquid. I wish there was a picture of it. Do you think there is? Any liquid air pictures? No, just science words. Okay. Neat. Ramsay suggested that the name xenon for this gas, from the Greek word xenon, neuter singular form of xenos, meaning foreigner, stranger, or guest. Well, that's like xenophobic, right? Where we get that. It's a Greek prefix, yeah? In 1902, Ramsay estimated the proportion of xenon in the Earth's atmosphere to be 1 part in 20 million. During the 1930s, American engineer Harold Edgerton began exploring strobe light technology for high-speed photography. I was wondering about... maybe this is not how fluorescent lamps work, but maybe it is? Flash lamps? I'm not sure, but I was wondering if xenon has anything to do with fluorescent lamps. It may or may not. I don't actually know. Strobe light technology for high-speed photography. This led him to the invention of the xenon flash lamp, in which light is generated by passing brief electric current through a tube filled with xenon gas. In 1934, Edgerton was able to generate flashes as brief as 1 microsecond with this method. How fast is a microsecond? Unit of time equal to 1/1,000,000th of a second. My brain cannot comprehend. In 1939, American physician Albert R. Bank Jr. began exploring the causes of drunkenness in deep sea divers. He tested the effect of varying the breathing mixtures on his subjects and discovered that this caused the divers to perceive a change in depth. From his results, he deducted that xenon gas could serve as an anesthetic. Wild. Although Russian toxicologist Nikolai V. Lazarev apparently studied xenon anesthesia in 1941, the first published report confirming xenon anesthesia was in 1946 by American medical researcher John H. Lawrence, who experimented on mice. Xenon was first used as a surgical anesthetic in 1951 by American anesthesiologist Stuart C. Cullen, who successfully used it with 2 patients. Xenon and the other noble gases were... Okay, this is another really good band name. Xenon and the other noble gases? It's a pretty good band name. Okay. Were, for a long time, considered to be completely chemically inert and not able to form compounds. However, while teaching at the University of British Columbia, Neil Bartlett discovered that the gas platinum hexafluoride was a powerful oxidizing agent that could oxidize oxygen gas to form dioxygenyl hexafluoroplatinate. Since O2 and xenon have almost the same first ionization potential, Bartlett realized that the platinum hexafluoride might also be able to oxidize xenon. On March 23rd, 1962, he mixed the 2 gases and produced the first known compound of a noble gas, xenon hexafluoroplatinate. Nice. Bartlett thought its composition to be this, but later work revealed that it was probably a mixture of various xenon-containing salts. Since then, many other xenon compounds have been discovered. In addition to some compounds of noble gases, argon, krypton, and radon, including argon fluorohydride, krypton difluoride, and radon fluoride. By 1971, more than 80 xenon compounds were known. In November 1989, IBM scientists demonstrated a technology capable of manipulating individual atoms. The program, called IBM in Atoms, used a scanning tunneling microscope to arrange 35 individual xenon atoms on a substrate of chilled crystal of nickel to spell out three-letter company initialism. It was the first time atoms had been precisely positioned on a flat surface. Xenon has atomic number 54. Characteristics, by the way. We're just moving straight into characteristics. Xenon has atomic number 54. That is, its nucleus contains 54 protons. At standard temperature and pressure, pure xenon gas has a density of 5.894 kilograms per meters cubed, about 4.5 times the density of Earth's atmosphere at sea level. Huh. Very dense. Okay, I think. Maybe, well, okay. I don't know if that's very dense. Moving on. 1.217 kilograms per meter cubed. Okay, so yeah. So much more dense than our atmosphere, which is what that sentence said. As a liquid, xenon has a density of up to 3.1 grams per milliliter, I think, with density maximum occurring at triple point. Is my cat? Hello, cat. You're just eating food? Okay. Liquid xenon has a high polarizability due to its large atomic volume and thus is an excellent solvent. It can dissolve hydrocarbons, biological molecules, and even water. Under the same conditions, the density of a solid xenon, 3.64 grams per centimeter cubed, is greater than the average density of granite. What? Very dense. Okay, 2.75 grams per centimeter cubed. Wow. Interesting. Huh. Okay. Under gigapascals of pressure, xenon forms a metallic phase. Xenon is pretty cool. Canadian gamer, it's happening. It's all happening. Here we have a picture of a layer of solid xenon floating on top of liquid xenon inside a high voltage apparatus. Fancy. Here, liquid, featureless, and crystalline solid xenon nanoparticles produced by implanting xenon positive ions into aluminum at room temperature. Solid xenon changes from face-centered cubic. Face-centered cubic? The fuck does that mean? Look at this thing. In crystallography, the cubic crystal system is a crystal system where the unit cell is in the shape of a cube. What? Wild. Okay, so solid xenon changes from face-centered cubic to hexagonal close-packed crystal phase. Ooh. Under pressure and begins to turn metallic at about 140. Sunny, what's GPA mean? Also, Sunny, Xenu is wild. We learned all about it, and it was great. It was very entertaining. Thank you for that topic. Okay, so. I don't know what GPA is, but it'll turn metallic with no noticeable volume change in the HCP phase. It is completely metallic at 155. Oh, not like your GPA with like crystallization. Will that do it? GPA. What is that? Doesn't pressure? High pressure. It's about pressure? Okay, hold on. GPA pressure unit. Gigapascal, which is what we were reading before. Okay. My bad. Now we know. Xenu wasn't yours. Xenon was yours. Oh! My bad. Who wanted Xenu? Whoever it was fascinating. Well, we're reading about yours now, Sunny. Isn't Xenu the cat from Scientology? Yes. Yes, indeed. Is indeed. But now we're reading about Xenon. Okay, so, Sunny, if there's anything in particular you want me to read about, let me know. Right now, we're just reading about the characteristics. I think I was going to read about characteristics and then maybe jump to applications, but let me know if there's something in particular that you're like, oh yeah, My bad. Sorry, there's too many X words. Who could possibly keep track of them all? Anyway, gigapascals. Metallic. It becomes metallic, which is cool. When metallized, xenon appears sky blue because it absorbs red light and transmits other visible frequencies. Such behavior is unusual for a metal and is explained by the relatively small width of the electron bands in that state. Liquid or solid xenon nanoparticles can be formed at room temperature by implanting xenon positive ions into a solid matrix. Many solids have lattice constants smaller than solid xenon. This results in compression of the implanted xenon to pressures that may be sufficient for its liquefaction or solidification. Here's a xenon flash, animated version. Whoa! Sunny, look. It's really flashing. All right, neat. Xenon is a member of the zero valence. Is it valence? Valence elements that are called noble or inert gases. It is inert to most common chemical reactions, such as combustion, for example, because the outer valence shell, is it valence or valence? Now I can't remember. Valence? Maybe it's valence. Hell. So the outer valence shell contains 8 electrons. Maybe it is valence. So long since I took a chemistry class. This produces a stable minimum energy configuration in which the outer electrons are tightly bound. In a gas-filled tube, xenon emits a blue or lavenderish glow when excited by electrical discharge. Xenon emits a band of emission lines that span the visual spectrum, but most intense lines occur in the region of blue light, producing the coloration. Occurrence in production. We might skip ahead. Might skip ahead here. Maybe we'll hold on. I say we'll skip ahead. We'll at least look at the pictures. At the very least, we'll read about the pictures. Here is xenon tetrafluoride. Xenon being the green part, tetrafluoride being the yellow parts, because tetra, right? Right? Here's a xenon tetrafluoride crystals in 1962. Applications. Okay. Although xenon is rare and relatively expensive to extract from Earth's atmosphere, it has a number of applications. Illumination and optics. Let me get some water here. Okay, so xenon is used in light-emitting devices called xenon flash lamps, used in photographic flashes, and stroboscopic lamps to excite the active medium in lasers, which then generate coherent light, and occasionally bactericidal lamps. Cool. The first solid-state laser, invented in 1960, was pumped by a xenon flash lamp, and lasers used to power inertial confinement fusion are also pumped by xenon flash lamps. Continuous short-arc, high-pressure xenon arc lamps have a color temperature closely approximating noon sunlight and are used in solar simulators. Noon sunlight is an interesting metric because that would be different depending on where you are and what the weather is like that day, right? Noon sunlight? What does that mean? Anyway, that is, the chromaticity of these lamps closely approximates a heated black body radiator at the temperature of the sun. First introduced in the 1940s, these lamps replaced the shorter-lived carbon arc lamps in movie projectors. They are also employed in typical 35mm IMAX and digital film projection systems. Interesting. They are an excellent source of short-wavelength ultraviolet radiation and have intense emissions in the near-infrared used in some night vision systems. Xenon is used as a starter gas in metal halide lamps for automotive HID headlights and high-end tactical flashlights. And now we know. Here is a xenon short arc lamp. That's cool. Space shuttle Atlantis bathed in xenon lights. Oh. So searchlights? Do you think searchlights are maybe xenon lights? Probably, right? Okay, let's see. The individual cells in a plasma display contain a mixture of xenon and neon ionized with electrodes. The interaction of this plasma with the electrodes generates ultraviolet photons, which then excite the phosphor coating on the front of the display. Xenon is used as a starter gas in high-pressure sodium lamps. It has the lowest thermal conductivity and lowest ionization potential of all non-radioactive noble gases. As a noble gas, it does not interfere with the chemical reactions occurring in the operating lamp. The low thermal conductivity minimizes thermal losses in the lamp while in the operating state, and the low ionization potential causes the breakdown voltage of the gas to be relatively low in the cold state, which allows the lamp to be more easily started. Here we have a xenon gas discharge tube. This is one of those elements that, like, I had, like, kind of forgotten had existed, honestly. Like, you know, like, when you take a chemistry class in high school or whatever, they, like, make you memorize the periodic table. Did we actually memorize the whole periodic table? That seems wild to me. Maybe. That might have been a thing. I don't remember. Clearly. Okay, lasers. In 1962, a group of researchers at Bell Laboratories discovered laser action in xenon and later found that the laser gain was improved by adding helium to the lasing medium. The first excimer laser used a xenon dimer, so xenon 2, energized by a beam of electrons to produce stimulated emission at an ultraviolet wavelength of 176 nanometers? Yeah, nanometers. Xenon chloride and xenon fluoride have also been used in excimer, or more accurately, exaplex lasers. Medical anesthesia. Xenon has been used as a general anesthetic, but it is more expensive than conventional anesthetics. Xenon interacts with many different receptors and ion channels, and like many theoretically multimodal inhalation anesthetics, these interactions are likely complementary. Xenon is a high affinity glycine site NMDA receptor antagonist. What? Class of drugs that work to antagonize or inhibit the action of N-methyl-diasparate receptor, NMDAR. Anesthetic for animals and humans. Okay, cool. Okay, interesting. However, xenon is different from certain other NMDA receptor antagonists in that it is not neurotoxic and inhibits the neurotoxicity of ketamine and nitrous oxide, while actually producing neuroprotective effects. Interesting. I was wondering, when they were talking about NMDA, I was like, oh, ketamine. Huh, okay. Okay, interesting. Unlike ketamine or nitrous oxide, xenon does not stimulate a dopamine efflux in the nucleus accumbens, which is why it makes a good anesthetic, right? Like nitrous oxide and cyclopropane, xenon activates the 2-pore domain potassium channel, TREC1. A related channel, TASC3, also implicated in the actions of inhalation anesthetics, is insensitive to xenon. Xenon inhibits nicotinic acetylcholine, A4-2 receptors, which contribute to spinally mediated analgesia. Xenon is an effective inhibitor of plasma membrane Ca2+ ATPase. Xenon inhibits Ca2+ ATPase. Science words, baby! By binding to a hydrophobic pore within the enzyme and preventing the enzyme from assuming active conformations. Xenon is a competitive inhibitor of the serotonin 5-HT3 receptor, while neither anesthetic nor antinociceptive. This reduces anesthesia, emergent nausea, and vomiting. Xenon has a minimum alveolar concentration, MAC, of 72% at age 40, making it 44% more potent than N2O as an anesthetic. Thus, it can be used with oxygen in concentrations that have a lower risk of hypoxia. What is hypoxia? A condition in which the body or region of the body is deprived of adequate oxygen supply. Right. Okay. Unlike nitrous oxide, xenon is not a greenhouse gas and is viewed as environmentally friendly. Though recycled in modern systems, xenon vented into the atmosphere is only returning to its original source without environmental impact. Cool. It's a shame that it's so rare and expensive, right? Neuroprotectant. Xenon induces robust cardioprotection and neuroprotection through a variety of mechanisms. Through its influence of CA2+, K+, KATP, HIF, NMDA antagonism, xenon is neuroprotective, and when administered before, during, and after ischemic insults? Okay, so again, restriction of blood supply causing a shortage of oxygen. Okay, gotcha. Xenon is high affinity antagonist at the NMDA receptor glycine site. Xenon is cardioprotective in an ischemia reperfusion conditions by inducing pharmacologic non-ischemic preconditioning. Xenon is cardioprotective by activating PKC epsilon and downstream P38MAPK. Xenon mimics neuronal ischemic preconditioning by activating ATP-sensitive potassium channels. Xenon allosterically reduces ATP-mediated channel activation inhibition independently of the sulfonylurea. I said that perfectly. Receptor 1 subunit, increasing KATP open channel time and frequency. The words! The science words always get me. But it's cool that it has so many different applications, right? But yeah, lots of science words. Well, we knew this going into a topic like xenon, that there would be lots of science words, right? And we have to have at least one topic each week, I feel like, that just like makes my brain go with regard to pronouncing things, you know? Sports doping. Inhaling a xenon oxygen mixture activates production of the transcription factor HIF1 alpha, which may lead to increased production of erythropoietin. Stimulates red blood cell production. Okay, interesting. The latter hormone is known to increase red blood cell production and athletic performance. Reportedly, doping with xenon inhalation has been used in Russia since 2004 and perhaps earlier. Interesting. These are words I don't think I'll learn. Some of them I feel like I'm like, oh, okay. And other ones I'm like, we're just gonna read on past that. Let's see. So used in Russia since 2004 and perhaps earlier. On August 31st, 2014, the World Anti-Doping Agency, WADA, added xenon and argon to the list of prohibited substances and methods. Who's using argon for, like, doping? I didn't know that argon was one. That's wild. The list of prohibited substances and methods, although no reliable doping test for these gases has yet been developed. In addition, effects of xenon on erythropoietin production in humans has not been demonstrated so far. Imaging. Gamma emission from radioisotope 133 xenon. The days of argon doping are gone, are they? I would assume so. Because that seems very dangerous, does it not? But anyway, I mean, this seems dangerous too, honestly. Huffing things in general seems kind of dangerous, no? Anyway, gamma emission radioisotope, this, of xenon can be used to image the heart, lungs, and brain, for example, by means of single photon emission computed tomography. It's also been used to measure blood flow. Xenon, particularly hyperpolarized, this, is a useful contrast agent for magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. Oh. In the gas phase, it can image cavities in a porous sample, alveoli in the lungs, or the flow of gases within the lungs. Because xenon is soluble both in water and in hydrophobic solvents, it can image various soft living tissues. Huh. Oh, argon. I like how you say never mind, even though you literally just explained it. So you're not never minding. Sable got it. Sable was with you. Sable had it. Listen. I'm doing a lot over here. I'm doing the most. I'm not. Am I? I don't know. Sunny, good joke. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry, Sunny. I'm never minding externally. Okay, now where am I? What are we doing? MRIs, soft living tissues, stuff, argon. Xenon 129 is currently being used as a visualization agent in MRI scans. When a patient inhales hyperpolarized xenon 129, ventilation and gas exchange in the lungs can be imaged and quantified. Interesting. Unlike xenon 133, xenon 129 is non-ionizing and safe to be inhaled with no adverse effects. Surgery. The xenon chloride excimer laser has certain dermatological uses. NMR spectroscopy. Because of the xenon atom's large, flexible outer electron shell, the NMR spectrum changes in response to surrounding conditions and can be used to monitor the surrounding chemical circumstances. For instance, xenon dissolved in water, xenon dissolved in hydrophobic solvent, and xenon associated with certain proteins can be distinguished by NMR. Hyperpolarized xenon can be used by surface chemists. Normally, it is difficult to characterize surfaces with NMR because signals from a surface are overwhelmed by signals from the atomic nuclei in the bulk of the sample, which are much more numerous than surface nuclei. However, nuclear spins on solid surfaces can be selectively polarized by transferring spin polarization to them from hyperpolarized xenon gas. This makes the surface signals strong enough to measure and distinguish from bulk signals. In nuclear energy studies, xenon is used in bubble chambers. What is a bubble chamber? Whoa! Okay, sorry, hold on, what? A bubble chamber is a vessel filled with superheated transparent liquid used to detect electrically charged particles moving through it. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay, so xenon is used in bubble chambers, probes, and other areas where a high molecular weight and inert chemistry is desirable. A byproduct of nuclear weapon testing is the release of radioactive xenon 133 and xenon 135. These isotopes are monitored to ensure compliance with nuclear test ban treaties and to confirm nuclear tests by states such as North Korea. Huh. Interesting. Liquid xenon is used in calorimeters. An apparatus that measures the energy of particles. Okay, good enough for me. To measure gamma rays and as a detector of hypothetical weakly interacting massive particles, or WIMPs. When a WIMP collides with a xenon nucleus, theory predicts that it will impart enough energy to cause ionization and scintillation? Flash of light produced by a transparent material by the passage of a particle. Okay, liquid xenon is used for these experiments because its density makes dark matter interaction more likely, and it permits a quiet detector through self-shielding. Here we have a prototype of a xenon ion engine being tested at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Xenon is the preferred propellant for ion propulsion of spacecraft because it has low ionization potential per atomic weight and can be stored as liquid at near room temperature. Under high pressure, yet easily evaporated to feed the engine. Xenon is inert, environmentally friendly, and less corrosive to an ion engine than other fuels such as mercury or caesium. Xenon was first used for satellite ion engines during the 1970s. It was later employed as a propellant for JPL's Deep Space One probe, Europe's Smart 1 spacecraft, and for the 3 ion propulsion engines on NASA's Dawn spacecraft. Chemically, the perxenate compounds are used as oxidizing agents in an analytical chemistry. Xenon just don't worry about it. Xenon difluoride is used as an etchant for silicon, particularly in the production of microelectromechanical. We're gonna make it. We're doing good. We're gonna make it. Okay, microelectromechanical. There it is. That wasn't so hard. Microelectromechanical systems. MEMS. The anti-cancer drug 5-fluorouracil can be produced by reacting xenon difluoride with uracil. What is uracil? And a 4 nucleobases in the nucleic acid RNA. Go with it. Xenon is also used in protein crystallography. Applied at a pressure from 0.5 to 5 MPa, 5 to 5 ATM, to protein crystal. Xenon atoms bind in predominantly hydrophobic cavities, often creating a high-quality isomorphous heavy atom derivative that can be used for solving the phase problem. All right. Good. Excellent. I think we've learned enough about xenon. Seti, I hope that satisfies your xenon curiosity. Thank you for the topic. From xenon, we'll move on to Xanadu, which I've never actually seen, but I wanted to read about it. So here we go. I wonder if it's as fantastical as Xenu. It might be. It might not be. We'll find out. All right, Xanadu. Rest in peace, Olivia Newton-John. 1980 American musical fantasy film written by Richard Christian Danis and Mark Raid Rubel and directed by Robert Greenwald. It stars Olivia Newton-John, Michael Beck, and Gene Kelly. I didn't realize Gene Kelly was in it. I've never actually seen it. In his final film role. The film features music by Newton-John, Electric Light Orchestra, Cliff Richard, and the Tubes. This title is a reference to a nightclub in the film, which takes its name from Xanadu, the summer capital of Kublai Khan's Yuan dynasty in China. The city appears in Kubla Khan by Samuel Taylor Coleridge, an 1816 poem that is quoted in the film. A box office disappointment, Xanadu earned negative critical reviews and was an inspiration, along with Can't Stop the Music, for the creation of the Golden Raspberry Awards to recognize the worst films in the year. Whoopsie, Xanadu. Despite the lackluster performance of the film, the soundtrack album became a huge commercial success around the world and was certified double platinum in the United States. That's interesting. The song Magic was a U.S. #1 hit for Newton-John, and the title track by Newton-John and Electric Light Orchestra reached #1 in the United Kingdom and several other countries around the world. The film has since become a cult classic for the way it mixes storyline with old-fashioned 1940s fantasy and modern aesthetics, featuring the late 1970s and early 1980s rock and pop music on the soundtrack, as well as for fans of Newton-John. Here's an award. It means you suck. Literally. Yeah, that's the Golden Raspberries. Do you know about the Darwin Awards? Have you heard of that, Viri? It's rewards or like awards for people who die in ridiculous ways, essentially. Okay, let's just get into it. Let's just get into the Xanadu of it all, huh? Sonny Malone is a struggling artist in Los Angeles attempting to make a living by freelancing. Freelance what? Who knows? Freelance art of some sort, apparently. He rips up one of his failed sketches and throws it into the wind. Ah, sketches. Got it. It hits a mural of 9 sisters and brings them to life. The sisters fly across Earth. See, I feel like I'm reading about Xenu again. The sisters fly across Earth, but one of them roller skates through town and collides with Sunny. I knew there was roller skating involved. She kisses him before skating away, leaving him confused. I, too, would be confused. Having returned to his old job of painting album cover reproductions at Airflow Records, Sunny is tasked with painting an album cover reproduction of a group called the 9 Sisters. The cover shows the mysterious woman Sunny encountered earlier roller skating in front of an abandoned Art Deco auditorium. The photographer notes that the woman was not supposed to be on the cover, but suddenly appeared in a few of the shots. Sunny eventually traces her across town to the aforementioned auditorium, where she introduces herself as Kira. The two of them fall in love, though Kira refuses to tell Sunny anything about herself. Interesting. Whiskey Chai, hello! What are you up to? What's this nom nom? Are you eating food? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Wah. What are we wah-wah-wahing? Did I say that? Are you saying that, Sunny? Did I miss a thing? I might have missed a thing. Toddler dad life. I see. I hope the dadding is going well. That's a lot. Oh, that's some work for sure. I was gonna say, I think Sunny can relate to that. Look at this cozy little Bulbasaur. I like that a lot. Good luck with the dadding. I do hope it goes well. We're reading about Xanadu right now. I like that they fell in love, and yet Sunny knows nothing about Kira, so that's cool. Anyway, Sunny also meets and befriends Danny McGuire, a former big band orchestra leader turned construction mogul. He was once romantically involved with a singer in the 1940s who resembled Kira. Her departure resulted in his own loss of creative passion. Kira encourages Sunny and Danny to open a nightclub at the auditorium called Xanadu, and the two begin working on the project as partners. All the while, Sunny and Kira begin to develop romantic feelings for each other. The night before the club's opening, however, Kira confesses to Sunny that she is actually Terpsichore, one of the 9 muses of Olympus. I figured that's what was happening. Terpsichore is one of the 9 muses, goddess of dance and chorus. Okay. Cool. She was sent to inspire the creation of Xanadu, but she cannot stay despite their mutual feelings. Sunny gets upset at the revelation, and Kira departs Earth having fulfilled her duty. Oh. Danny tells Sunny to keep pursuing Kira, encouraging Sunny not to give up on his ambitions like he did after his own muse left him. Sunny manages to enter Kira's home by roller skating into the muse's mural. Inside the realm of the gods, Kira's father Zeus denies Sunny's plea to let Kira come back to Earth, and despite Kira's mother Mnemosyne, I think is how you say it, interceding with Sunny and Kira, Zeus sends Sunny back to Earth. What the actual fuck? Wah to the 9 sisters rollerblading around the globe. Yeah, no, fair. Yeah. I prefer Atropos, aka Asia, aka the crone of the 3 fates. Oh, okay. I like that. The 3 fates are cool in terms of Greek mythology for sure. Yeah, interesting. Good to know. Noted. Let's see. Hold on, I want to know about her. Mnemosyne is the goddess of memory. Oh, like mnemonic device. Memory. Greek words. You know what I mean? Cool. Okay, so Zeus was like, fuck you. And Kira professes her feelings for Sunny. Zeus ultimately relents, allowing her to be with Sunny for a moment or maybe forever. The fuck? Kira and the muses perform at Xanadu, grand opening, before returning to their realm. Sunny is initially saddened by their departure, but upon seeing a waitress who looks exactly like Kira, he stops her and asks her to talk. I weirdly want to watch this movie now. Here's our cast of all-stars. Great. Okay, musical numbers. The album grouped Olivia Newton-John and ELO onto separate sides of the album. Some tunes were excluded from the album. The following is an actual album order. I'm gonna skip ahead. I think that's pretty much it. I don't know. Need to drink more water. We rabbit holing? We are! We're rabbit holing about things that start with the letter X. We've got a few more, but if you have a topic that starts with the letter X, let me know and we can get into it. Yep, we rabbit hole in whiskey chai. All right, themes. The plot of the film Down to Earth, 1947, was used as the basis for Xanadu. In the film, Rita Hayworth played Terpsichore, and Larry Parks played a producer of stage plays. Kelly's character Danny McGuire previously appeared in the film CoverGirl, which, like Down to Earth, also starred Rita Hayworth. Oh, cool. So Pan-Pacific Auditorium transformed into Xanadu via special effects. Look at them special effects. Look at them graphics. Considering the main character is an album cover artist, the movie better have a fire poster. You want to see it? Here it is. I mean, the font is pretty metal. The font is pretty good. I would say it's simplistic. I don't know. What would you say, Sunny? Would you call this a fire album cover? Or poster, movie poster? It's like decent. It's not terrible. I don't know if I would say fire, but I would say it's a poster. I don't think it's bad. I just think it's like, Xanadu. Xanadu. We should watch this movie sometime. I don't even know why. I bet it's obviously terrible, but I wanna. It's a very Newton-John centric poster. It's a very Newton-John centric production, A lot of the songs are her songs. Okay, so the film was originally conceived as a relatively low-budget roller disco picture. As a number of prominent performers joined the production, it evolved into a much larger project, while retaining roller skating as a reoccurring theme, which is very silly, especially in the final scenes of the club's opening night. It's funny because it's like, in my mind, I will get Xanadu and Starlight Express mixed up. I haven't seen either of them, right? They're both musicals that involve roller skating. So I just get them mixed up all the time. But Starlight Express is Andrew Lloyd Webber and people roller skating as train. It's roller skating trains. It's trains. It's a musical about trains, but the trains are portrayed by people roller skating. And I feel like Xanadu and Starlight Express would make for a really good double feature. Yeah? Roller skating was big at the time. We have to remember. Pay your dues. Pay your respect to roller skating. Absolutely. It's very big. It's a big deal. Roller disco, Okay, let's see. Early versions of the story established that Sunny was the artist who created the mural from which the 9 goddesses sisters emerged. This provided a much stronger explanation for the muse's interest in helping him achieve his artistic success. Interesting. However, continual rewrites and editing during production caused this plot point to be lost, except for one spoken line by Sunny as he laments his failure as a freelance artist. I paint his van, I paint somebody else's mural. This plot point was recycled and used as the stage adaptation of the film. The Marvel Comics adaptation, published as Marvel Super Special number 17, retained the more strongly emphasized connection between Sunny and the painting. Cool. Danny McGuire, who appeared in CoverGirl, also appears in Xanadu. The film was Gene Kelly's final film role, except for compilation films of the That's Entertainment series. Kenny Ortega and Jerry Trent served as choreographers. The Pan-Pacific Auditorium in Los Angeles was used for exterior shots of the nightclub. Xanadu's nightclub interior was built on Stage 4 of Hollywood Center Studios, beginning in 1979. Sunny refers to the auditorium as a dump, which was a fair characterization of the Pan-Pacific by then. Danny jokes that they used to have wrestling here, which was a true statement about the auditorium. The building would be consumed by a fire a decade later. Wow. It's like that Rollerblade movie that came out in the late 90s that was big for kids. Was it good? Not really. Was it rad at the time? Absolutely. Are you talking about Brink? Brink is a cinematic masterpiece. Soul Skater for life. Yeah, we're gonna move on. Stage musical. I want to know about this. A $5 million Broadway musical adaptation of the same name began previews on May 23rd, 2007, and opened with Newton John songwriter John Farrar in attendance July 10th, 2007, starring Carrie Butler as Kira, Cheyenne Jackson as Sunny, Tony Roberts as Danny. In the musical, Kira is the muse Cleo, not Terpsichore. Okay, so now I need to remember what Cleo was goddess of history. Aha! Muse of history. Muse of liar playing. Mm-hmm. Brink is not, but it was rad. It's not a cinematic masterpiece. I'm not going to argue with that because I was being somewhat sarcastic, although it was a big part of my childhood and I very much enjoy it. Okay, Jackie Hoffman and Mary Testa co-starred in a plot twist, new to Broadway version as evil Muse sisters. Plot twist. The show, which humorously parodied the plot of the film, was a surprise hit, receiving praise for its satirical approach, and was nominated for several Tony Awards. When was this? 2007? Huh, okay. The original cast recording was released in December 2007. The Broadway production closed on September 28th, 2008, after 49 previews and 512 performances. A successful national tour followed. Xanadu, baby. That's all Xanadu to me. You know what I mean? Xanadu? Xanadon't. All right, we got three more. We're doing great time-wise. Loving this for us. Shall we? I'm going to switch the order of things real quick. Is this one yours, Sunny? Xeris. I think this one is yours. I could be wrong. Xeris is a genus of flowering plants, yellow-eyed grasses, in the yellow-eyed grass family. The genus counts over 250 species, widespread over much of the world, with the center of distribution in the Guianas, like the French Guiana. Okay, yeah. The leaves are mostly distichous. Distichous, what does that mean? Ooh! Arrangement of leaves on a plant stem. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So distichous, linear, flat, and thin or round with a conspicuous sheath at the base. They are arranged in a basal aggregation. The small yellow flowers are borne on a spherical or cylindrical spike or head, inflorescence. Each flower grows from the axil of the leathery bract. The fruit is non-fleshy, dehiscent, splitting of mature plant structure along the built-in line of weakness to release its contents. Okay. Dehiscent capsule. Okay. In Xeris complanata, the single flower bud on the spike appears in the morning and expands into a conspicuous flower during the afternoon hours. That's cool. The APG4 system of 2016 places the genus in the family of Xeridaceae into the order of Poales in the clade Comelindids. Monocots. They're very pretty. Cool. Species include a bunch of different species. Shall we look at the pictures? Some of them might have pictures. No pictures so far. Okay, here's one. Cool, pretty, love it. Yes, This one's called Xeris bulbosa. It's like Bulbasaur. What's this one? Oh, Carolina. Okay. Interesting. They're using this picture for an awful lot of these different species. They're also using this picture for an awful lot of these species. We can maybe assume they all look somewhat similar. Okay. I think we get the picture. There's a lot of different species, though. Here we go. This is a stand of mostly Xeris complanata in a small wetland. Nice. Beautiful. Love it. All right, Xena Warrior Princess. Are we prepared? This is our penultimate article here. I have never seen Xena Warrior Princess. I think I caught maybe an episode here or there. I was a little bit young for it, I think, when it came out. Maybe? I don't know. And/or it was during a time in my life where we didn't like have cable, probably, when I was a little kid. Let's see. Xena Warrior Princess is an American fantasy television series filmed on location in New Zealand. The series aired in first-run syndication from September 4th, 1995 to June 18th, 2001. It ran for a long time, so somehow I missed the Xena train, which I'm not sure how, because it seems like it's like right up my alley. Okay, let's see. Critics have praised the series for its strong female protagonist, and it has acquired a strong cult following, attention in fandom, parody, and academia, and has influenced the direction of other television series. Writer, director, producer Robert Tapert created the series in 1995 under his production tag Renaissance Pictures, with executive producers R.J. Stewart, who developed the series alongside Tapert, and Sam Raimi. The series narrative follows Xena, played by Lucy Lawless, an infamous warrior on a quest to seek redemption for her past sins against the innocent by using her formidable fighting skills to now help those who are unable to defend themselves. Interesting. I didn't know that was like the motivation. Xena is accompanied by Gabrielle, played by Renee O'Connor, who during the series changes from a simple farm girl into an Amazon warrior and Xena's soulmate and comrade in arms. They're lovers. Fighting Robin Hood, kinda, I think so. Although the implication is that she might have been the baddie at first, right? Whereas with Robin Hood, correct me if I'm wrong, Viri, I feel like Robin Hood is kind of one of those where I don't know that he had like a villain origin story. But it sounds like Xena has a villain origin story in that her whole thing seeking redemption for past sins against the innocent. So it sounds to me like she killed some innocent people and then tried to do good in the world, maybe. Maybe. That's my interpretation of it. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Soulmate, comrade in arms, initial naivete helps to balance Xena and assists her in recognizing and pursuing the greater good. In 2012, star Lucy Lawless confirmed that her character Xena was from ancient Bulgaria. Northern Trace. Interesting. The show is a spin-off of the television series Hercules, The Legendary Journeys. Also didn't know it was a spin-off. Because it sounds to me like this show was maybe more popular than the Hercules show. I could be wrong, though. Let's see. The saga began with 3 episodes in Hercules, where Xena was a reoccurring character, originally scheduled to die in her 3rd appearance. Oh. Aware that the character of Xena had become very successful among the public, the producers of the series decided to launch a spin-off series based on her adventures. Xena became a successful show which aired in more than 108 countries around the world since 1998. In 2004 and 2007, it ranked number 9 and number 10 on TV Guide's top cult shows ever. And the title character ranked number 100 on Bravo's 100 Greatest TV Characters. Xena's success has led to hundreds of tie-in products, including comics, books, video games, and conventions, realized annually since 1998 in Pasadena, California, and in London. The series soared past its predecessor, I was just going to say, in ratings and in popularity. In its 2nd season, it became the top-rated syndicated drama series on American television. For all 6 years, Xena remained in the top 5. How did I miss Xena growing up? I need to watch Xena. For all 6 years, remained in the top 5. Cancellation of the series was announced in October 2000, and the series finale aired summer of 2001. August 13th, 2015, NBC Entertainment Chairman Bob Greenblatt said that a Xena reboot was in development, with Raimi and Tapert returning as executive producers, with the show's debut sometime in 2016. Javier Grillo Marxuac was hired as a writer and producer for the reboot, but he left the project in April 2017 because of creative differences. In August 2017, NBC announced that it had canceled its plans for the reboot for the foreseeable future. Hercules starred Kevin Sorbo or whatever. It was pretty big. Interesting. Huh. Xena ended up being bigger. Yeah, that's what it was saying. Because I don't remember. I remember there being a Hercules show, but like Xena clearly like stayed in the cultural like zeitgeist longer, right? That's interesting. Real quick, actually, now that we say that, let's just, can we... I feel like if I see a picture, it might like jog my memory. Where, here we go. Not really. But yeah, here you go. Kevin Sorbo. Okay, so plot summary. Plot summary. Maybe just some like plot summary and some characters, I think. And then be good. I don't know who suggested Xena, but if anyone has something in particular that like, ooh, I want to learn about that, tell me and we will read about it. Xena Warrior Princess is set primarily in a fantasy version of ancient Greece, sometimes alluding to Roman Greece, and was filmed in New Zealand. Some filming locations are confidential, but many scenes were recorded in places such as the Waitakere Ranges Regional Park, part of the Auckland Regional Parks, often credited at the end of the episodes. Plot summary, he's Hercules. Oh, for Hercules? Yeah, I'm just reading a plot summary of Xena, but yeah, he's Hercules. That sounds about right. That's a good plot summary. Let's see. Ancient Greece depicted in the show is largely derived from historical locations and customs, modifying known places and events, battles, trading routes, towns, and so on to generate an attractive fictional world. The settlements are presented as a mixture of walled villages and rural hamlets set in a lush green mountainous landscape. They are often seen under attack from warlords, and traveling between them involves frequent encounters with small bands of outlaws. All of the main towns are named after historic towns of ancient Greece and exhibit some of their essential characteristics. Amphipolis, birthplace of Xena, Potidæa, birthplace of Gabrielle, Athens, birthplace of Joxer, Corinth, Delphi, and Syra, birthplace of Callisto, which is burnt to the ground by Xena's army. Got it. As the show progressed, however, events took place throughout more modern times and places, from Cleopatra's Alexandria to Julius Caesar's Rome. The mythology of the show transitioned from that of the Olympian gods to include Judeo-Christian elements. Eastern religions were touched on as well, with little regard to accurate time and place concerns. One episode, The Way, which loosely interpreted elements of Hinduism as major plot points, generated controversy, requiring the producers to add a disclaimer at the head of the episode and a tag explaining the episode's intentions at the end. Mythological and supernatural locations are presented as equally real, physical places, often assessed through physical portals hidden in the landscape, such as lakes and caves. They include the Elysian Fields, Tartarus, the river Styx, Valhalla, heaven, and hell. The inhabitants of such places, gods, mythological beings, and forces, are for the most part manifested as human characters who can move at will between their domains and the real world. Ares, the Greek god of war, for instance, is an egotistical man who wears a studded black leather, and Aphrodite, goddess of love, is a California valley girl who uses typical valley girl slang and dresses in flowing, translucent pink gowns. I want to watch this now. I need to watch this now. I wonder if it's streamable anywhere. Water time for my throat. All right, production. I might skip ahead. We have casting. Characters. Oh, it's just gonna be like, here's some characters. Main. Others. Yeah, let's do this. Okay. So characters. The series follows Xena and her traveling companion Gabrielle. Xena is on a quest to redeem herself for her dark past by using her formidable fighting skills to help people. In Hercules, during her first 2 episodes, Xena was a villain and a powerful warlord, but in her 3rd appearance, she joins Hercules to defeat warlord Darphus, who had taken her army. During her own series, Xena spends almost every episode on a different mission, always trying to do the right thing, fighting for what she refers to as the greater good. Xena's trademark weapon is a chakram? Chakram. Ooh, a throwing weapon from the Indian subcontinent. Interesting. It's like the hoop. One of its major purposes is to protect the turban and the head from sword melee attacks. Interesting. Huh. So it's like a circle. Okay. She also uses a sword. Xena also has to fight her own past. She has never forgiven herself for her crimes and often has to resist the temptation to return to her evil ways. But she always resists with the help of Gabrielle. Gabrielle is Xena's best friend, significant roommate, soulmate and greatest ally. She's introduced in the first episode, first as a big fan of Xena and her history, but soon becomes a notable character in her own right. As the show progresses, she undergoes significant changes in costume and style, evolving from simple farm girl to talented bard, and eventually to formidable warrior. She's initiated into the tribe of Amazons, learns to fight with a staff, and is trained by Xena. In the first season, Xena and Gabrielle meet Joxer? Am I saying that right? Maybe, I don't know. A comic man who styles himself Joxer the Magnificent, and later Joxer the Mighty. Joxer's goal is to fight for justice, but unfortunately, with no physical know-how of his own, he remains the show's main comic relief. Eventually, he becomes a close friend to Xena and Gabrielle. Others. In the first season, Xena and Gabrielle meet 2 of their greatest enemies, Callisto, a vengeful warrior woman, and Ares, the Greek god of war. Callisto is Xena's archenemy and a major antagonist over the course of the series. When Callisto was a child, her home village of Syra was nearly burned to the ground by Xena. Oh, killing her family. She was left traumatized by the attack and eventually went insane, becoming obsessed with exacting revenge on Xena. Understandable. She displays a bizarre brand of sadistic, gleeful, shrieking cruelty towards Xena and her associates. Hercules himself reappears alongside Iolaus, who becomes interested in Gabrielle when Xena seeks to free Prometheus from Hera. Ares, suave, charming, witty, yet ruthless and amoral, often represents, especially in the early seasons, the seductive power of war and the dark side. He repeatedly attempts to lure Xena away from her quest for redemption and tries to win her over as his warrior queen. He offers her huge armies and historic victories, great wealth and great power, and in later seasons his love, offers which she consistently rejects despite sometimes being tempted. Much of his relationship with Xena remains ambiguous, including when he is at least partly redeemed by his love for Xena, and to what extent Xena reciprocates his feelings. He says several times that he has a thing for Xena, and he pursues her sexually and romantically. This seems to prevent him from killing her, even when pitted against her in deadly combat. Likewise, it is suggested that Xena has strong feelings for Ares, but during the series, she's never seen to act on them. Yeah, but also, she and Gabrielle are like a thing, right? Aren't they? That's like canonical. They keep like saying they're like best friends, soulmates. It's like lovers. Other major antagonists of the show include Caesar and Alti, a Roman official and shamaness, respectively. Caesar's first appearance was in the second season episode, Destiny. He is introduced as a young Roman patrician, brimming with arrogance, so much so that when he is captured by Xena and her pirates, he is not afraid. When threatened by Xena, he tells her, "I know what I'm fated to do with my life." He pretends to let Xena seduce him, when in reality, she is the one being seduced. This ultimately leads to her capture and crucifixion at his hands. And he orders his men to break her legs. Yikes! An extremely painful memory that is often revisited during the series. Caesar's betrayal fills her with rage and is the catalyst for her transition from pirate to warlord. Alti is an evil shamaness from the northern Amazon tribes of Siberia, who have been driven out of her tribe because of her hunger for power. She is one of the most influential people encountered by Xena in her dark days and possesses a wealth of spiritual powers, including traveling to the spiritual realm. Alti is probably best known for her trademark stare, which brings up pain and suffering from the target's life and unleashes the torment once again, in the form of both pain and physical symptoms. When she stares at Xena, Xena often feels the pain of her legs being broken. Ugh. I'm probably gonna binge watch it if I can find it streaming somewhere that I have access to. Totally. I want to. It's one of those that's like been on my list forever, Sunny, and like just haven't gotten around to it, you know. Let's see. Legs being broken, her back being snapped, and a crippling barrage of attacks from her worst enemies. As Alti grows in power during the series, she can also conjure up pain and suffering from a person's future. That's fucked up. And from their future lives. This power backfires early in season 4 when she shows Xena a vision from her future of her and Gabrielle being crucified on Mount Amaro. Xena realizes that Gabrielle must still be alive, and this gives her the strength to defeat Alti. Nice. Over the course of the series, viewers were also introduced to members of both Xena and Gabrielle. So family members of both Xena and Gabrielle, but most notably featured their children. Xena gave her first child, a son named Solon, to a group of centaurs after the death of his father, Boreas, who was killed in combat against a warrior in Xena's employ. Solon never knew that Xena was his mother, however, knowing Xena for a long time. While aiding Xena and Boudica to defend Britannia against Caesar, Gabrielle comes into contact with an evil cult that tricks her into killing one of its priestesses, Meridian. Using her, the dark god Dahak impregnates Gabrielle just as Xena rescues her. Over the next few days, the child grows inside of Gabrielle, and she is eventually, and quite dramatically, gives birth to a girl, naming her Hope. Even though she is the seed of the evil deity, Gabrielle tells Xena that she is also part of her and that there must be some good in her as well. Being the daughter of Dahak, she quickly developed supernatural powers and kills within hours of being born. Yikes. Proving to Xena that there is no chance of saving her. Hope aged amazingly fast, and mere months after being drifted down a river by her mother, she appears to be 9 years old. Despite Gabrielle's hopes that she would be good, Hope killed Xena's son Solon before being poisoned by Gabrielle herself. Drama! During the episode Ides of March at the end of season 4, Xena and Gabrielle were crucified by the Romans as Caesar is betrayed and killed by Brutus. They are later revived by a mythic named Eli with the spiritual aid of Callisto, who by that time had become an angel. Callisto also engineers a plan to have Xena conceive a daughter after the resurrection, and this child is prophesied. Sure. To bring about the twilight of the Olympian gods. This girl's name was Eve. To escape the gods' persecution, Xena and Gabrielle fake their deaths, but their plan goes awry when Ares buries them in an ice cave where they sleep for 25 years. During that time, Eve is adopted by the Roman nobleman Octavius and grows up to become Livia, the champion of Rome and a ruthless persecutor of Eli's followers. After her return, Xena is able to turn Livia to repentance, and Livia takes back the name Eve and becomes the messenger of Eli. After Eve's cleansing by baptism, Xena is granted the power to kill gods as long as her daughter lives. In a final confrontation, the twilight comes to pass when Xena kills most of the gods on Olympus to save her daughter, and is herself saved by Ares when he gives up his immortality to heal the badly injured and dying Eve and Gabrielle. And now we know. The more we know. I think that's good. I think that does it. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Influence on the lesbian. Just kidding. We're not done. We have to read about the influence on the lesbian community. This is very important. Respectfully. Okay, Xena has enjoyed a particular cult status in the lesbian community. Some of the lesbian fan base sees Xena and Gabrielle as a couple and have embraced them as role models and lesbian icons. I like so they see them as that. Come on. A group called the Marching Xenas has participated in many gay and lesbian pride parades. Xena's popularity was successfully utilized by Subaru when trying to establish a healthy base of lesbian customers. Stop it. Stop it. What is this sentence? What is this sentence? What is this fucking sentence? Viri? What is this sentence? I'm gonna hydrate. Thank you, Viri. Xena's popularity was successfully utilized by Subaru when trying to establish a healthy base of lesbian customers. What? Okay, because it's like a running joke. It's like a running joke that lesbians all have like Birkenstocks and Subarus. That's like a thing. It's like a thing. It's like a stereotype. It's like a thing. And Subarus are very popular cars in Colorado because of mountains and whatever. But this sentence is killing me right now. So Subaru was targeting lesbians because Subaru needed a lesbian base of customers? Subaru used Xena Warrior Princess to get the lesbians? They call it a Subaru. Don't understand it. But my Subaru is brand. I have a Subaru. I didn't know that they targeted lesbians. Oh my God. Like that they actually did. I just thought it was a joke. I didn't know that like Subaru's like marketing team was like, yeah, let's get us some lesbian clientele. Like what? I did not know this was a thing. Anyway, subject of much interest and debate among viewers is the question of whether Xena and Gabrielle are lovers. Of course they are. It's not up for debate. I haven't even seen the show and I know this to be true. Okay, anyway, the issue is left deliberately ambiguous by the writers. Jokes, innuendo, and other subtle evidence of romantic relationship between Xena and Gabrielle is referred to as lesbian subtext or simply subtext by fans. Yep. The issue of true nature of Xena-Gabrielle relationship caused intense shipping debates in Xena fandom, which turned especially impassioned due to spillover from real-life debates about same-sex sexuality and gay rights. It's just, I mean, it's the same as any other like show from that era in terms of like queer baiting, right? Like, yeah, the subtext part of it is huge. It might have been the ads that followed a lesbian trend. Who knows? I certainly don't. I did, but the way this sentence is worded makes it sound like Subaru executives were like, you know what kind of customers we need? We need more lesbians. You know how to get the lesbians on your side? Xena, warrior princess. Like that's what it sounds. Do you know what I mean? It sounds like there was like a round table meeting of Subaru executives that were like, you know, we've got you know, we got the straights, we got the men, we got the women, but what we really need is some lesbians. Which, fine, I'll take it. I just think it's really funny. It's fine. It's just silly. Okay, anyway. Many fans felt that the sexual nature of Xena and Gabrielle's relationship was cemented by an interview given by Lucy Lawless to Lesbian News magazine in 2003. Lawless stated that after the series finale, where Gabrielle revives Xena with a mouth-to-mouth water transfer... filmed to look like a full kiss. Is this the mouth-to-mouth water transfer? I don't know about it. Let's see. She had come to believe that Xena and Gabrielle's relationship was definitely gay. It's definitely gay. It's 100% gay. It's gay. Just let it be. It's beautiful. Subaru knows. Even Subaru was like, yes, lesbians, obviously. Come on. No, they're just best friends. Okay, sure. Sure, Grandpa. Please. Anyway, there was always a, well, she might be or she might not be. But when there's that drip of water passing between their lips in the very final scene, it was cemented for me. Now, it wasn't just that Xena was bisexual and kind of liked her gal pal and they fooled around sometimes. It was, nope, they're married, man. Right? That's what I'm saying. And, like, she could be pan or bi, right? If she's got, like, sexual tension with Ares. Like, that's cool. You can have sexual tension with men and women. That's cool. I do it all the time. Nope, man. They're married. Okay, anyway. Xena fandom also popularized the term altfic from alternative fiction to refer to same-sex romantic fan fiction. Yeah. This is a very good cosplay. Costume donation. In 2006, wait, maybe this is not a cosplay. Okay, it is a cosplay. I was like, wait a minute. In 2006, Lucy Lawless donated her personal Xena costume to the National Museum of American History. In an interview the same year with Smithsonian Magazine, she was asked the question, was the warrior princess outfit comfortable? And responded, not at first, because they would put boning in the corset. It would cover up those little floating ribs that are so important for breathing. So I'd feel like I was having panic attacks. But when it just became a second skin after a while, it was very functional. Once I got a bit over the modesty factor. I admit to being a little bit embarrassed the first couple weeks because I had never worn anything so short. Fair. Just kind of her gal pal. Yeah, come on. Imagining some Japanese Subaru marketing exec excitedly planning the Xena commercial. That's what I'm saying. Uberific. Uberific is a variety of fan fiction in which the characters live in an alternate universe. The characters and events are true to the original canon, but usually in a different time period, often as the ancestors, descendants, or reincarnations of canon characters. The term originated in Xena fandom. Uber was employed several times in the series, beginning with the second season episode, The Xena Scrolls, in which the descendants of Xena, Gabrielle, and Joxer meet up at an archaeological dig in 1940 and unwittingly release Ares from his tomb. And now we know. It's just Xena and her gal pal. Buying a Subaru. It's so silly. I love it. I need to binge some Xena. I need to. It's necessary. I just finished the most recent season of Glow Up, which I don't know if you all know what Glow Up is, but it's a makeup competition show on Netflix, and so I just finished that. So I need a new show. I finished. Oh, I need to watch the new Lord of the Rings show too on Prime. I haven't even delved into that yet. I need to do that at some point. So that one's definitely on my list. But yeah. Viri, if you're into like makeup special effects kind of stuff, Glow Up is great. There's like 3 or 4 seasons now. It's a good time. All right, last but certainly not least, Xisma. Oh man, Iron Biscuit went to bed. This is Iron Biscuits. I'm probably saying it very wrong. Let's see if we can figure it out. Xisma pronunciation. Help me.
Xisma.
Xisma. I don't have Netflix, but I'll check it out. It's a good one. For sure. Because I used to be really into this show called Face Off that was on. It was on the Sci-Fi Network, I want to say, but it was a special effects makeup competition show, and I missed it. And then yeah, like Glow Up seems to be like the spiritual successor, I feel like. Okay, Xisma is a Finnish rock band that was founded in 1988 in Naantali, a small town near Turku. The band split up in 1998, but reunited in 2006 for a memorial gig, and reunited again in 2011. History. In the beginning, Xisma played grindcore and death metal. The band played at the Turku Underground Center Panimo and created an intense yet short-lived scene. Soon after, death metal grindcore influence spread to the Helsinki area with bands such as Abhorrence, which soon evolved into melodic death metal band Amorphous. Xisma's first demo, Swarming of the Maggots, gross, very metal. very metal. Was widely distributed via tape trading and became a cult classic. It was remastered and re-released in 2004 Zizma compilation CD. The band's music was inspired by early pioneers of the genre like Carcass and Napalm Death. With the following mini albums, Above the Mind of Morbidity and Fata Morgana, the latter being released in the United States with the famous Seraphic Decay label, Zizma evolved towards less extreme metal. Excalibur! There's a lot to unpack with the way that you spelled that. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, and first and magical. Since Zizma was part of the rise of Scandinavian death metal, they had close bonds to the scene in Stockholm, Sweden, occasionally traveling to and playing in Stockholm, and visiting their colleagues from Entombed and others. Zizma also recorded their first album, Yeah, in 1991 in Sweden, and in the Sunlight Studios of producer Thomas Skogsborg. Yeah, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. Yeah! Oh, is it an item in WoW? Oh, do you want me to look up Excalibur? If there is a Wikipedia article on it, we can read it. I have a feeling no, but we'll see. Nah, they just have Excalibur, but it's cute. WoW is cute, you know? WoW is cute. WoW is a good time. It's cute. It's a good time. Okay, so anyway, death metal. Yeah! Mixed death metal and Black Sabbath structures in a complex fashion. Their second album, First and Magical, 1992, revealed more changes and more musical evolution, featuring something akin to death and roll. Man, I don't listen to enough, like, metal. It's not really my genre, but I don't listen to enough to be able to, like, distinguish between the various genres. And the reality is that metal as a genre is, like, so diverse, and there's so many different, like, versions of metal that, like, I feel like anyone, and this is myself included, that's like, I don't really like metal. It's like, you probably haven't listened to enough of it, right? Anyway. Deluxe, Lotto, and Girl on the Beach. Zizma's third album, Deluxe, 1993, continued to evolve their death and roll sound, with the instruments becoming more rock-like. The songs were hard-paced in the vein of Helmet. This was the last album on which Janitor used growl vocals. The next album, Lotto, 1996, was a full-blooded rock album with a very retro style. One of the tracks was featured later in Brian De Palma's movie Snake Eyes, 1998. The band also released an EP called Singles, containing covers of the classics sung in a Schlager style. Zizma's fifth and final album, Girl on the Beach, was more or less a pop-rock album, and tension between the members grew. Did they even tell us who the members are? I don't think they did. Oh, they will. Sorry. I'm getting too ahead of myself here. Girl on the Beach. Pop rock album. Tension grew. Eventually the band decided to quit, and though they played occasional gigs since, there have been no talks of reunion. Guitarist Tony Stranius, September 6th, 1972 to July 7th, 2006. This might be June 9th. Member of both Zizma and Disgrace, died in 2006 after a heart attack in Ireland where he lived. A memorial gig in his honor was held 15 September 2006 in Bar Paivatkoti, Turku. All of Stranius' bands, including Disgrace, Zizma, and Finnish rock band Kalsara Paita, played at the occasion, reuniting Zizma for this special event. Zizma has been playing live concerts again since 2011. The band plans to release their first studio album in 24 years in 2022. Oh, so maybe that has happened this year or is happening sometime soon. So we have Marvelous Sydney Safe on the drums, Janitor Mustache, these are great names, on guitar, Olivier Lonnie guitar, and Dr. Heavenly bass. Biss names. We also have The Stranius on guitar and Vesa Litti bass. Vesa Litti? Look at this amazing timeline here. All right, discography. We have Swarming of the Maggots. Gross. I hate it. It's very good at it just paints a picture, right? Dr. Heavenly's pretty good, right? What's the other one? Marvelous Sydney Safe and Janitor Mustache. Janitor Mustache might be my favorite. Janitor Mustache maybe needs to be a D&D character that I make at some point. Or a WoW character. Janitor Mustache? It's pretty good. Okay, anyway. So that was 1989. That's their demo. Above the Mind of Morbidity. That's a mini LP, 1990. Fata Morgana. It's a 7-inch, 1990. Yeah. Album, 1991. First and Magical, 1992. Deluxe, 1993. Lotto, 96. Singles, 97. Girl on the Beach, 98. Zizma 2 CD compilation, 2004. And now we know. And now we know. We've done it. Team? What a successful Wikipedia with me. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I missed streaming this week. It was very nice to be able to do this week, so thank you. Thank you for being here. Not to be confused with Custodian Fu Manchu. No, they're very different people, please. If you like this sort of thing, on Friday, I'm going to be reading books from Skyrim. So first of all, if you're a Skyrim nerd and you have any books in particular that you're like, please read this one, let me know. I'd be happy to. I have a few that I'm kind of like, I'm thinking of. But yeah, come back on Friday for that. I will try to figure out a stream schedule between now and then. I would like to stream Monday and Wednesday. I would like to. So looking at maybe a Monday, Wednesday, Friday situation. But again, with work stuff, we'll see what I can do. I'll do my best. That said, dear Veery and dear Sunny, do you have any raid ideas? Let me take a look here. I think I'm going to raid Gimp Extreme, to be honest with you. But I do hope your friend has an amazing birthday. I think just because I don't know them, I'm probably going to go hang with Gimp Extreme because I haven't had a chance to raid him in a minute. But definitely wish your friend a happy birthday for me. If you guys don't know Gimp Extreme, you're going to get to know Gimp Extreme. He's a wonderful, beautiful human being. He's playing Elden Ring, and I do believe he's trying to do like randomizer speed runs with the villains, with the bosses in Elden Ring, which is wild. So yeah, have a lovely rest of your Sunday. Very good to see you. Sunny, good to see you. Everybody else, thanks for being here. I will see you on Friday, if not sooner, okay? Okay, bye. I love you. Bye. See you later. Bye. Thank you. Love you.
I really should.
Bye-bye.
I don't know. I want to do stuff with people. I guess because I'm alone all the time to begin with, so it can be. I don't know. It's kind of like it's a catch-22 again. It's just like it's good and it's bad.